Good morning, everybody. I'd like to bring this meeting to order. Alderman Kelly will be here shortly. She's at a doctor's appointment and is running late. And Alderman Lowe Davis is participating virtually. So she'll be able to participate and vote on anything that needs that action. So I'm going to call on Alderman Spencer to give the invocation. If you'd all stand if you can.
Please join me. Gracious Lord, give us peace of mind and clarity of heart. Help us make the decisions that will help us to beautify Southport and benefit its citizens. Amen.
Thank you, Mark. Madam Clerk, the next thing is public comment. Do we have anybody who signed up?
Yes, sir. Terry Duff.
Right. Is that better? Okay, good morning. My name is Terry Duff. I reside on 6519 Walden Pond Lane. I'm here to speak about the mining initiative that's still under review by the city, certainly by Matsu and some of the other interested parties. I represent a group of 275 individuals that are concerned about the environmental integrity of that property. For those that live in Indigo, I believe 3 of the board members or 2 of the board members live in Indigo. You live in a pristine, environmentally fragile environment. You've done a stellar job with the no high port density, protecting that wildlife that's back there, protecting your own unique environment. Now let's go northeast by 6 miles. The same environmentally fragile ecosystem exists there as it does in Indigo, with the exception that the property up on Bethel Road southeast, this is the 440 acres that are adjacent to both Matsu and Bethel Road southeast, and then on the northwest quadrant, that would be 133. So if you go from Indigo, again, that beautiful, pristine environment, you go 6 miles northeast, not only do you have the same pristine, environmentally fragile ecosystem, you've got species in there that the state came in and did a stellar job of articulating about if you eradicate that environment, if you change that environment, if you dig and turn the fauna and everything else that's back there into a giant lake, which it will be when you dig down 3 feet or whether you dig down 15 feet, that becomes a lake / a pond. That is not the same, that's not the same environment that will allow the animals, the fauna, and everything else back there to repopulate. So the question I have, so that's the background of why I'm speaking today, representing those 275 people. The bigger concern I have is that property was annexed by the city of Southport. That property is now recently posted by the city of Southport, although not legally posted. The post, there's only 2 spots that have any post signs, not legal. So here's my concern. When I see people hunting on that property, and yes, the city of Southport does allow hunting on that property, within 150 yards of residences, within less than a quarter of a mile from Matsu. And people are back there with rifles, not shotguns, and I know the difference. So when there's an issue and I call, do you know the city of Southport that owns that property, that posts that property? Do you know they do not patrol that property? Do you know they never validate, question, or ask any questions about what hunter is on that property? This is not made up. This is coming directly from the city of Southport. I'm told by the city I have to call Brunswick County. I called Brunswick County, they laughed. What do you mean you're calling us? That's the city of Southport. Here's the proverbial goat rodeo. Why is hunting allowed? Why are rifles allowed on that property? Unbeknownst to me, and I don't think people in the city have looked at their own ordinances and quantified or clarified what that exposure is. If I go on that property, like I did yesterday, Todd, you know where I live, so this is admission I did go on that property. It was reported as the past president of our HOA, it was reported that there was an individual, a homeless person living in the woods. Okay, City of Southport, your property, you have it posted, yet you don't come out. Who would I call if there's a homeless person back there? It's not a rhetorical question. Who do I call? Brunswick County? Then shame on the City of Southport. Yes, I did go on that property. Yes, I did look for the homeless person. I found evidence of somebody living there. I don't know who it is. But who would I call to help that individual, whoever it might be? It's not about getting that person arrested. If there is a person back there, who do I call? It's your property, City of Southport. You have it posted. And now you're thinking about leasing and or selling that property either to the State Wildlife Conservation Group or to Float Mining. So now that's the next question I have. That property there's no zoning that allows mining in Southport. There isn't. Look it up. There's no ordinance that allow that. Look it up. You're in violation of your own CAMA guidelines, your own CAMA land use. Who's closed with Matsu? Why would they let anybody on that property, including the hunters that are there today, when you're in that close proximity to the largest military terminal in the world? So very, very disconcerting. If the city approves mining and they change their ordinance, their UDO, their zoning, what would keep me from, let's go back full circle, what would keep us from taking the $350,000, $400,000 we have allocated to buy a piece of property in Indigo, a little bit tongue-in-cheek? What would keep me and my group from going there and buying a piece of property, as long as I have mineral rights and I file a permit to pull a permit to mine? If you've changed the ordinances, you've changed the UDO, you've changed everything else, it cannot be NIMBA, not in my backyard. And that's the perception our group has. It's okay that we can go up there and eradicate an environmentally fragile ecosystem. It's okay for the city to quote unquote gather 3 million, 4 million, 6 million, pick a number out of wherever you want to pick it out of. You totally destroy the environment. It's not in your backyard, so it's the classic NIMBA. It's okay, let's do it up there. It's outside the city limits. Actually, it's not, because it was annexed. So the fundamental flaw that we see in this whole process is, where is the sit-down meeting with Matsu, with the North Carolina Wildlife Conservation Group, with the City of Southport, and any other parties that have a vested interest in that property? If it's happening, it's not transparent. So I'm a little concerned about what is really going on. Has Matsu ever met with the City of Southport? Has Matsu ever met with Pelote? Has Matsu ever reached out to anybody? I guess that's an open question. So are we allowed to ask questions and get a retort, or is this something that's followed up with an email?
Mr. Duff, it's an error on my part, and I should have started this as I should start every meeting, to say during public comment we don't debate, otherwise we'll be here for the rest of the night. However, we will get back to you with all the answers to all of your questions. As long as the clerk has your contact, and I know we have your contact information, we will get back to you, and we'll get back to any speaker who leaves their information for us, and we'll answer the questions. But us sitting here silently today is because the School of Government has recommended that's our action. So we don't get into, we're not here until tomorrow morning trying to have the discussions. But rest assured, we'll get back to you.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Rich.
Okay.
That's the openness and the transparency that we would expect. If anybody has any questions for me after the meeting, we have a Facebook group, we've got a Nextdoor group, some of you know where I live. This is not a matter of trying to be a thorn in the side of the City of Southport. I know some people perceive our group to be that, just like people perceive the no high density in Southport, they perceive that to be a thorn in the side of the city. This is about ensuring that we protect something that once it's eradicated, you can never recover. So I appreciate the time. Hope you all have a great morning. Again, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Madam Clerk, is there anybody else?
No, sir.
Let me finish my statement, and Shirley, then I'll get to you. Is there anybody in the audience who did not get a chance to sign up but would like to speak? And Shirley, go ahead.
Shirley Sullivan, 5002 Seaward Court, Southport. Mayor Alt, Board of Aldermen, City Manager. First off, I'd like to thank Mayor Alt for all of his efforts in guiding the city as we continue to evolve under new leadership. In Mayor Alt's first month, he has brought more open discussion to the table. He has prioritized what needs to be done. He works closely with the city manager, the most valuable asset we have. The agendas are robust and all-inclusive. The mayor provides a concise update of the status of projects each month. I would like to thank all of the aldermen as we entrust them to work together to guide the city of Southport. The packet for each of the 2 monthly meetings can be well over a few hundred pages, and these packets do not make for easy reading. One can only imagine the additional efforts on the behalf of each alderman to do additional research on each item on the agenda. And I would also like to thank Bonnie Theron. She is the best city manager we've ever had. She is the glue that keeps it all together. She wears many hats. Southport has thrived under her guidance. Our new mayor, all of the aldermen, and the city manager have had a difficult transition as supporters of the former mayor have not accepted the newly elected leaders of Southport. On behalf of the Southport citizens who voted for a change in leadership, I want to apologize for the continued embarrassing misconduct that has consumed a shrill few in Southport. While the mayor was out of the country on a humanitarian mission trip with his church and fellow Southport citizens to help build a school, a current alderman took what another alderman told him and turned it into a tabloid story at its worst. Claiming ethics violation is not this alderman guilty of an ethics violation himself while spinning a story to others, leading to a sensationalism publication in the press. Editorials, letters to the editor, public comments, and postings on social media have been highly personal, backbiting, outrageous, and excessive. Some even border on slander and defamation. We can agree to disagree, but to do so in a constructive manner, not a destructive manner. A most recent post on social media by a former alderman was called out for so many mistruths it was removed. This same former alderman has provided his opinions on 6 items within 6 weeks, continuing in his attempts to sabotage the mayor and newly elected aldermen. Oops. Before current public officials, committee members, and concerned citizens make disparaging statements and spread lies or half-truths, they should pause and ask themselves, what is the goal for their behavior? To be a positive influence for Southport, or to create chaos, fear, and division among neighbors? Southport voted for and deserves to have a change in leadership. This is not a kingdom. Maybe the former mayor should finally concede and follow the advice of his many messages of unity and love he spoke about during his time as mayor. He should let his supporters and aldermen know it is time to put Southport first. He should urge them to work with Mayor Alt, the new alderman, and the city manager, not against them. Put Southport first. Support Southport.
Madam Clerk, is there anybody else who would like to speak? Okay. We're going to move on to the an approval of the agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the agenda? Alderman Mosteller, second by Alderman Carroll. Any discussion? All in favor say aye, please, and raise your hand. Were we able to contact Lo Davis?
Alderman Davis is going to try to text me her votes. There may be a delay.
Okay.
That's the only.
All right, as long as there's not a tie, like 2-2 here, okay.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think we have multiple agendas floating around. So the agenda that was at the table is not the agenda that, because the agenda at the table has mayor comments and board comments after public comment.
The one that I double-checked this morning early on was the agenda that was sent out to us. You got that from the table over
Yes.
here? No, it goes,
Okay. Just,
yeah. We'll try to figure that out, but it's the one that was emailed to you. So the next item is the agenda item number 1, F1, which is the selection of an IT consulting firm. And
I'm going to start.
okay, city manager's going to start that process.
Yes, a year ago, when we were in budget time, there was a list of a number of new positions, and I had requested as number 1 a full-time IT person, but the board decided not to go in that direction. And at the time, I said that we would go out for a request for proposals for IT services because it had not been done in close to 20 years. So Dory and Bob Jarvis were the ones who put together an RFP. We got 2 responses, and Dory, I'm going to have you introduce our representative from Catalyst and let the board know what our recommendation is.
Good morning, everyone. So as Bonnie explained, we did an RFQ to see what we could get, and we got 2 bids. Immediately, we had a good relationship with Catalyst. So I'm going to let them do their presentation first, and then I'll kind of come back in at the end. But I would like to introduce Luke Johnson and Dylan Warner with Catalyst.
Well, that doesn't work good for IT.
While we're doing that, I'll entertain you with the fact that this is another example of why we need an IT specialist. We've had, I think, 17 or 18 years of somebody working with us in IT. No contract, no statement of work, no requirements, no anything. It's just another example of how the city has a very vast need for putting a professional spin on how we do things. And so this is the first step, is we went out and did an RFP, and then the board will decide whether or not this is the right way to go with this particular firm.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, you know, as Dory said, I feel like we got off to a really great start with the city of Southport. The city staff has been really amazing to work with, really helpful, provided a lot of great partnership already so far, even prior to us having a contract in place, which of course, as you know, we will if that time comes. So we've got a really short couple of slides we're going to go through. A quick round of introductions. My name is Dylan Warner. I'm an account manager with Catalyst. I'm based in Raleigh.
Hey, I'm Luke Johnson. I live in Wilmington. Thanks for having us here this morning.
Yep, Luke is our CEO. So Catalyst was founded in 2006. We work with a number of municipalities, counties, local governments all over North Carolina and South Carolina. We also work with private commercial businesses as well. So we've got a really broad range of exposure to various networks, various technologies, security challenges, things like that. And in the course of this engagement, so starting back in November, we submitted a response to the city's RFQ, just stating our qualifications and why we feel like we'd be a good partner for the city. Since then, we've had the opportunity to come in and do some discovery work, learn a little bit about the city's network, your technology, and I would say even beyond putting hands on your routers and switches and computers and servers and things like that, the thing that's been the most informative was a user focus group that we did with city employees where we had some guided questions to solicit feedback from the team, from your team, from the city, to understand what challenges you've had with your technology, what challenges you've had with your support, what concerns you have with your security, things like that. And from those conversations, and I'm keeping this really high level. We submitted a 30-page RFQ back in November. I don't expect anyone here wants to go through 30 pages of that, at least not today. But from a high level, these are the three areas that we feel like we're going to provide the most value to the city of Southport. So starting off, and this addresses, I think, one of the chief concerns of the RFQ and one of the major pain points from city employees is that we're going to provide 24/7, 365 support with a team of support staff. So, if one person goes on vacation, there's not a wonder of who's going to take care of an issue or who's going to answer the phone. We have an entire team dedicated to supporting the city of Southport. You'd have a primary engineer and a secondary as a backup, but then also a full team backstopping those two as well. We also, as I mentioned, just given our experience with various businesses and municipalities and local governments, we have a really broad exposure to various technologies, networks, challenges, budget cycles, all those kind of things. But then also we're very, very blessed with some deep expertise with things like Cisco CCIE certifications on staff, ISC2, CISSP certifications, and I don't throw those letters and acronyms out flippantly. They're very serious, very widely respected industry certifications, and we've got several of those folks with very deep expertise on our team that are going to provide great value to the city. And they provide great value to our team internally as well. And kind of leading into that, managed and monitored security with user training. The world of cybersecurity just keeps getting scarier and scarier. I've got some great books and podcasts I can recommend if you never want to sleep again. But the world is constantly changing. Threats are constantly changing. And the risk to the city of a major breach or information theft or ransomware, those kind of things, those risks go up every single year. And so we have an eye towards that. And that's where one of our strongest suits is in cybersecurity. So we're going to bring some managed and monitored cybersecurity along with some user training. And then also, the city has made the right move over the years to move to a more cloud-based infrastructure, moving your email into Microsoft 365, moving your data into OneDrive and SharePoint, and using Teams. And those are great technologies. And we carry some very seasoned Microsoft experience on our staff. That's going to provide some dedicated Microsoft 365 support, as well as providing some backup and preservation of the data that you're creating and investing there. So we've provided the city with a number of references as well, but I really just bring this up to say that working with the city of Southport, we know just based on feedback we've had from other customers, from other cities, New Bern, Rocky Mount, Kings Mountain, various counties across North and South Carolina, we know that we're going to be a great partner for you. And so for us, let me not get into Dory's slides. For us, really next step is to provide, which we've already provided some numbers, and Dory's going to go into that, but to provide a contract to that end, as the mayor suggested a minute ago, that was something that the city desperately needed. So yeah, that's next for us, and we really appreciate you having us. It's great to be here. Luke, did you have anything?
Yeah, thank you. We're excited about working with y'all. It's obvious you've done a lot, the best that you can, and you're ready for some modernization, and we feel like we can really help you with that in a pretty simplistic way. Y'all have been great to work with so far, so I look forward to it.
Thank you, gentlemen, but before you leave, at this time, I'm going to open this up to the floor for the aldermen to ask questions.
Great.
Is there any aldermen who have a question?
Finally get to talk to somebody who might understand what I'm talking about. Sorry, I apologize. So, automations was one of your fields. Are you familiar with the LLMs, the GPTs, the whatevers?
Sure.
One of my first projects lately is to make a GPT of our UDOs so that I can ask it questions. Is that something that you see in the future for cities? Something that you can generate for us? Tools maybe that can help us follow projects as they go along. When statuses are changed, we're all notified, those kind of things. Is that something that y'all can participate in?
Sure. You want to take that?
Sure, yeah. So you've really set me up for failure here because I'm a huge hobbyist around AI. And so if we can take the next 6 or 7 hours and talk about that, that'd be great. But so your question, is that something people are going to do more and more? Absolutely. We have more of an infrastructure and security focus. And so our primary value, we believe, to the city of Southport is going to be supporting the day-to-day activities of your end users when they have issues with their computers, printers, Microsoft 365, I didn't get this email, it got caught in the spam filter, those kind of things. That said, we maintain a lot of really close partnerships with various companies that have extensive experience and expertise on things like Microsoft Fabric, which, you know, Microsoft is the largest investor in OpenAI, ChatGPT. They have a really, really amazing product in Azure AI Studio. We maintain great partnerships around those products and those technologies. And so in that way, most likely what we would do is we would enlist the support of a close partner to come in and say, here's what we know about the city of Southport, their infrastructure, their technology, and their needs. And we'd shortcut a lot of those conversations for you in working with them to develop those kind of things.
You subcontract automations then?
So
sometimes,
yeah.
I'll add to what Dylan said too. I think that there's a couple of aspects. One, there's the end user support element of things, which is really where this discussion has been focused so far. So people may want to leverage those tools, and we can offer guidance in how you best allow those things or don't allow them throughout the city. I think that there's future things, like let's say you have some kind of a customer service department lines and you want to leverage that technology. Within our own team, we have some expertise there. There are things that you may want to do that go outside of our team that we would bring in a partner to help us with if it's necessary or something that's of interest to you. So I think that world is very vast and somewhat undefined right now, but I feel confident we can definitely help you guys understand better what the possibilities are.
And the object is to take some of these answers that customer service has to deal, if we can route them and solve them before it gets to a individual and answer questions, provide the forms, those kind of things.
Yeah.
We can take the pressure off of our employees at points, and that's really my focus on that.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yep. Great question.
Excuse me, is there any other aldermen have any questions? You have one?
I just wanted to comment back to Alderman Spencer. There's a lot that they can do for us, but they're going to charge more. So what you see here is the basic of what we need to have done, and the more we have them do, the more expensive it's going to be. So my big mission right now was to keep it apples to apples money-wise. But if we like everything, then budget time's coming up.
Thank you.
I have two questions. I'm sorry. Did you have one? I have two questions. And the first one is, have you ever worked with the jurisdictions to help them understand policies, procedures to work when there's an IT failure, whether it's a ransomware or whatever it is? In the past, we had a computer issue, and our game plan, this was before the city manager came, the game plan was we were just not going to take any input. So you couldn't get building permits, you couldn't do anything, because we claimed the machine was down.
Yeah.
Well, that is unacceptable.
Yeah.
We have to be able to spontaneously go to hard copies. Everybody's got to have hard copies of everything they have to do with the citizens, and when the computers go down, you pull it out and you just do it.
Sure.
But do you help jurisdictions understand how to do that work?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to take it?
Yeah, so one of the things that, that Bonnie's mentioned is the absence of things like IT policies and internal documentation for things like how do we use our technology, what's acceptable, what's not, incident response, disaster recovery, those having documents and usable documentation for those types of scenarios. So one of the pieces of our proposal includes helping establish the foundation for some of those things. So if you have, whether it's a cybersecurity incident or natural disaster, you've got some basic policy framework to fall back on and what do we do. So the next iteration, in this, creating an incident response plan is an iterative journey. So what you start with today is not what you're going to rely on 2 years from now, because your technology is going to change, your personnel is going to change, the threats are going to change. So the very first thing in our first year of working with you is to establish some baselines for those policies, and then as you see needs to further develop those policies, we'll put together projects that look like, hey, maybe we need to do a tabletop exercise of actually put this to work. Let's create a fictional scenario and let's actually spin up a disaster response team and put this into play and see what parts of it work and what parts don't work. But starting that initial policy framework is absolutely something we've already got in the plan.
Is that part of the initial contract, or is that something we'd have to add to the contract?
Nope, that's getting that initial policy framework is part of the proposal today.
The second part of it is you're experiencing right now. We're having some IT issues with, the board voted to be able to attend virtually. I happen to be the beta test for that. And so when the only system that you have to have 2 computers with you to do that. One is you're on Zoom, so you can talk to the clerk, and the other one, you have to be on live stream so you can see what's going on. If you're away from home, you're probably only going to have 1 computer. Mm-hmm. We have to figure out some mechanism in which, as much as I like looking at Elena, I only could see her face when I was away, and I had to wave in the screen to be able to have her relay the message to the board. So as we're trying to unfold this whole thing, do you have the capability, and is it written into the original contract, to help us understand how we move forward with that kind of concept?
So, yeah, and we spent a lot of time on that Discovery Day 2 weeks ago talking about some of the AV challenges, whether it's in this building or is it Indian Trail? Was that the other one? Yeah, so we spent a lot of time talking through some of the AV challenges. You actually already kind of have some of the infrastructure in place to do that through Teams live events. So you have Teams licensing now, but there's one step up from just the base Teams, and there's a product called Teams Live Events, which is just an add-on subscription with Microsoft that you could use for remote attendees to both experience the live event and also participate in it. So we would probably look at leveraging that and then maybe adding some hardware in the facility so that they are visibly present to the attendees of the meeting, as well as able to participate.
I think the simple answer for you too is yes. That's
yeah.
what a IT consultant should do. You have a challenge. This is what we want to do. We bring you a solution. The guidance is obviously included in what we provide. Now we may make a recommendation that you have to buy more licensing or hardware or something like that, but yes.
Thank you very much. I mean, I applaud the board for voting, I think it was unanimously, to be able to remotely go in, but the system that we have now, you know, we're having an alderman who has had surgery, can't attend. She's texting in a time-delayed issue, so we can't even, the clerk will be able to document the vote, but that's just not the way we should be doing it. Sure. And I thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Do you have another question, sir?
So we made a purchase a few months ago for some software that would scrape VRBO to see whether we had Airbnb or not. We made that decision and really didn't have a clue as to what we were buying. Just did it because it was there and we had a price. okay? Because you can help us when we make those decisions in the future, guide us,
Yep.
that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
In the old days, I'm an old person, I feel like, there was hardware and software.
Yep.
Do you feel like you're more hardware oriented? Or both now, it's not that anymore?
It's a great question. Once upon a time, I would have answered that yes. Not anymore. It's not possible. So much of the hardware world has shifted to software, so we have to be experts and move with those times. And everything in between, hardware, much of it has gone to cloud, and so that's where our expertise is too. Hardware is still hardware. It's still an important piece of the equation, so we've got expertise in all those areas.
I still carry a network cable in my bag.
Okay, good, all right,
I may need to plug it in.
That's right.
thank you. I'll work you later on.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Lowe has a question for the IT folks.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is from Alderman Lowe Davis. Are you able to help set up a better way for the audience to see information on presentations, since that screen is much smaller than the spaces?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Dorothy, are you ready to do your part now?
Oh, yeah. Do you want us to stay up here?
Yeah, sure, in case there's more questions. All right, I'm back. So just to let you know, I did call references. All three were sterling. They used them anywhere from just contract work occasionally up to having a relationship for like 12 years or so. A lot of good work history. I have information on all of that if you'd like to see it later. So I just want to give you a rundown of what we currently spend for IT services. Our current consultant charges or bills us usually monthly, sometimes more frequently, and assigns a fee to each department. So we have to go through and charge that to each department. Approximately $68,000 was billed between fiscal year 22 and 23. Recently, we did White Rock cybersecurity, that has full email security and monitoring for $13,353. There is a backup and recovery data system for about $11,500, and then KnowBe4 is also cybersecurity, and that was $2,095. So yearly total is $94,967 approximately, and the monthly equivalent of that would be $7,913.92. Some of the cybersecurity programs that we have listed here are covered through the cybersecurity grant that we received through the state. But that does not include any hardware purchases that we need, so all of that is additional, of course. And then some of the concerns that the city staff and the boards have mentioned with our current state, timing of assistance. We've had network outages at critical times right before board meetings and things like that, and not been able to get in touch with her or had to call Focus ourselves. Absences. She'll leave someone in charge and we don't even know who that person is really, we just have a phone number. Installing programs that staff is not aware of, so then emails go missing in limbo or are kind of held hostage until we go in and release them. As far as I know, there's no remote access used for this consultant to log into our system to help us remotely. And then, of course, billed monthly can be a little cumbersome at times, and staff doesn't have a complete inventory of what we have. And then the boards have also expressed a lot of problems even receiving emails. So the quote from Catalyst, the first one we received was a little bit heartier than this, but they whittled it down to try to be more comparative. The help desk program would be about $6,300 a month. Foresight, which is breach protection, cybersecurity, and then the Microsoft 365 is $2 a month for 108 licenses. The monthly subtotal would be a 3-year term, hypothetically $8,032, and then the onboarding is a one-time fee of $7,800. Provisioning an essential server, basically they're going to own that, so we won't own that part. And then the discovery process they've already done, and they did that for free for us. So the onboarding subtotal is $7,800, and the yearly contract would be about $96,394. So it's very similar in price. That does not include any hardware purchases either. The first year, of course, would be the greatest expense, but after that, it would be the monthly fee. It does not include site visits, but the first quote that they provided us did include the option for either weekly or bi-weekly site visits, and that contract would increase by $1,000 or $2,000 a month, respectively. And if we are able to secure more grants moving forward, then of course some of that can be applied to the cybersecurity portions. And they're also able to make recommendations for the audiovisual improvements at the community building and Indian Trail Meeting Hall. And that's all I have for you. If you have any questions. Yeah, please.
So I did want to just make a really, really quick note on this Microsoft 365 line. This is in addition to your current Microsoft 365 subscription, which Dory did not factor into the other expenses. The only thing she factored in was, hey, these are the things that Catalyst would be either replacing or doing differently. This is just one license in addition to the licenses you have today. So I just wanted to point that out. And then where was oh, yes, the grant, I'm sorry. So that is something we're actively involved in with a couple of other folks. So when this North Carolina SLCGP grant came out a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, whatever it was, that's directly related to improving cybersecurity for local governments and municipalities, community colleges. We're actively involved with a few customers and prospective customers in scoping eligible projects, giving them the information they need to complete the grant application. And that ranges from, I've got a town of 942 people applying for the grant and they need some help, all the way up to, community colleges with thousands of students. And we're helping everything in between identify what projects would be eligible, how would they benefit, how should we prioritize, and then get those applications submitted. So when that comes around again at the end of this year, we would be working directly with the City of Southport to identify eligible projects and help complete those applications, so to make sure you get that grant money. $13 million pool this year, up to $200,000 per qualified project. So it's a very valuable process to work through, so we would partner with you on that as well. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Jory, the site visits I see are not included. Why would we need site visits? Can we call and get things fixed over the phone, or what is the purpose of a site visit?
I can answer that, and also I'll have Dylan chime in. I think the City of Southport as a whole, all of our staff, our boards are at varying levels of knowledge of IT. And so sometimes we do need someone on site to kind of help walk somebody through them, show them firsthand. They can do a lot of that remotely, but some people learn by having somebody there with them. And then also if we needed help rerouting network things, I don't even understand all that part. So we would need somebody perhaps on site to do that, but I'll let.
Yeah, so there's a lot, and this, going back to this real quick, this in-central server, it says server, but really what it is it's a piece of equipment that sits on the network that helps us facilitate remote access to all the laptops, desktops, servers that are here on the network. There's a ton we can do remotely, plus most of your work is in Microsoft 365 anyway, which can be accessed from anywhere. So there's a ton that we can do remotely. What we can't do remotely is, I need you to plug this cable in for me, or my wireless mouse batteries are dead. And so if somebody needed somebody to come in and assist with that, then that would be something we would come on site for. The other, kind of more, I guess, housekeeping type things is, we noticed in our discovery process that there were a couple of things as we walked through with your current consultant that we would say, well, what is this? What does this do? What is that thing? And the answer was, I don't know. And so there are some things that if we don't know what it does, we might have to put hands on it to figure out what does this thing do and why is it here. And then, if there's a room full of old printers and laptops and desktops and somebody needs to figure out, can we get rid of this stuff? What does it do? Is it still useful? Those kind of housekeeping things are things that would require on-site visits, but they're also, they're not necessarily the priority in terms of the day-to-day continuity of operations.
So those things wouldn't be part of the onboarding is figuring out what the things that are there
Yeah,
and what
so-
they do?
So totally, some of that would be, but what is inevitably going to happen is some things that we haven't, which by the way, we still haven't seen PD yet. I think that's the only network we haven't actually seen, which we're going to do this morning. Inevitably though, something will come up that we haven't seen or haven't been told about, or we were told it was one thing and it ends up being something else. We don't know what we don't know. So yes, inevitably we're going to find something that we just weren't told about or don't know about yet, but we're going to work with you to figure that out.
99% of what we do for our clients is remote, so it's no downside. I'd also say if it's something that you determine you must have, you can add it. There's not really a downside to not doing it up front either.
And then if we decide we're not going to move forward with paying for the site visits as part of the contract initially, what is the charge for a site visit for you guys to come in at that point for a one-off?
We just bill it by the hour. Yep,
Thank you.
thank you.
One question. Now, we have some pieces of hardware that can be on occasion a bit bulky. Do you have the ability to go through and do an analysis of that and help us clean that up or suggest another product to us? Because it gets to be very frustrating when you're trying to sit there and go through what the agenda is and it says, well, you might get to it, you might not. So, we need to make sure that whatever we have works properly.
Yeah, I think that the short answer there is yes, but we'd love to hear more examples of what that is that needs it, and I think we probably have seen some of that in the discovery process, but especially if there's specific things that could be called out that you'd like us to look at, we can do that.
Any other questions? Okay, I have 3. 108 licenses. As far as I know, we don't have 108 employees. How does that work?
Yeah, so currently you have 49 licenses for email-only users and 59 licenses for the full suite. I'm basing that on what I've seen today.
It's a marginal amount of money, but it just caught my eye that I don't think
Sure.
we had 108 people.
Yeah, so what that license actually is it's Microsoft Defender product. It's just an add-on to the existing license you have for some enhanced security on the Microsoft side. But where I got that total was from the active licenses that you have in your account today. We can absolutely and will. It's already part of our plan to talk about, kind of user audit. Are these people real? Do they still work here? Should we clean them up? Kind of thing.
They still work here?
Yeah, we have not done that yet,
Yeah.
but we will and really want to.
All right. This is for Dory. The grant, is that a yearly grant?
I believe it's yearly. Definitely, yeah, well, I think I'm sorry, the reason I'm confused is because it seems like it came around awfully quick this time. We opted not to apply for it this time because we weren't certain what the situation was going to be with our IT. But it is yearly, and last year we got $37,000, I believe, $1,000.
So this year, when we're going into the budget cycle, we would have to add the $37,000 into it because we didn't apply for it?
It would be more of services that we're not paying for. If we wanted to continue the same services, we would have to make sure that's in the budget, yes, sir.
Okay. And the last part is, I just assume that we'll have a policies and procedures, so a Luddite like Rich Alt is not calling them to make house visits because my batteries ran down in my mouse. There'd be some process or somebody has to actually check to make sure that it's a legitimate reason for them to come here for $1,000 a pop.
Yes, sir, we would do that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
From one of the contacts that I spoke with, they have someone within their organization that prioritizes the help desk calls and kind of makes that established process, so it goes through that person first and then comes out on the other side with a priority.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so at this point in time, I would entertain a motion to approve the selection of Catalyst as the city's IT consulting firm for ongoing IT services. Is there an endorsement of that? Frank, is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there any conversation on the topic? Not seeing any?
I do.
Okay.
I have a hard time replacing a physical employee in the office. I came in the other day, they were sitting there with Mr. Lay working on some things. We're gonna move forward with this, and this is a 3-year project, 3-year contract, right? I'm gonna move forward with it, but I am very uncomfortable with taking an employee out of the thing.
Well, one of the issue is that she's a contractor, she's not an employee.
Yes,
Like
sir.
a road city
Yes, sir.
employee. And
I got
two,
you.
when she goes on vacation, often we don't know that. And there's a 5 to 7 day gap and nobody responds and you don't know what's going on. So those are some of the issues that we've had.
Thank you.
So we have a motion that's been made. We have a second to that. Is there any other conversation? All right. All of those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Is there any opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Can I just ask for clarification?
Absolutely.
Does what we just talked about include if we need them to be here on site, the option to do that?
Yes. That was how the motion was originally. Mark was making a comment about a person who was contracted here, but that's still there. I certainly can see the need for that to happen, and I support that. I just don't want a Rich Alt calling up every 5 minutes and asking them to show up at my house.
I think Dory's going to respond.
The quote that we presented today was not including site visits. If you wanted to include that, your motion could state that. But for the time being, to make it more equitable with where we are financially, it did not.
Then I apologize. So we were told that if we needed a site visit, it would be hourly. Do we know what that hourly rate is? Yep, please. I'm trying to figure out the cost-benefit analysis of having the one, I guess it would be, is it $1,000 a month we would be paying for the ability to have a site visit?
For the bi-weekly site visits, it's $1,000 a month. If you wanted someone 1 day a week,
If we just wanted somebody occasionally, we would then go to the hourly is how
That's
it's set up now.
Sure, yeah, so what we proposed, if you wanted somebody here kind of a full day on site, twice a month, that was we were just gonna add $1,000 a month to this.
Okay.
To the monthly cost. For if you wanted 4 times or weekly, then it'd be $2,000 a month.
Right.
If you just want that ad hoc, like come here when you need to be here kind of thing, the hourly is gonna range based on what's actually being done. So if you said, hey, we're gonna scope a project and we're gonna replace a bunch of switches and a firewall and this and that, the engineering hourly rate is higher than the help desk hourly rate. I think it's like 200 to ish, somewhere in that neighborhood per hour.
And is that driving time too?
Yes.
So driving time here, driving time back, overnight, all of that would be part of the cost.
Yeah, and if there's something like that that required us to be here overnight, then we would probably scope that as a project. Again, like, so, you know, if you said, hey, we want to replace a bunch of equipment over the course of a couple of days, then we would just scope that as a project.
Okay, since I certainly was not clear on that, and thank you for bringing that up, does that change anybody's opinion right now before we move on for the rest of the day? Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
All right, item number F2, the Comprehensive Transportation Plan Presentation and Adoption by Sam Boswell. Sam is our RPO, the Regional Transportation Analysis Group that we belong to, Southport belongs to. And Sam will give you a quick history lesson and then what this is all about.
It's not the same clicker I was trained on, so I got nervous. Okay, Mr. Mayor, Board of Aldermen, thank you for having me this morning. As you said, my name is Sam Boswell. I'm the Regional Transportation Planner with the Cape Fear Council of Governments. Our office is in Wilmington. That role doubles as the Director of the Cape Fear RPO, which is the rural planning organization that handles transportation planning for Brunswick, most of Brunswick, Columbus, and Pender counties. I am here to present on the Brunswick County Comprehensive Transportation Plan. And so let me just jump into what that is. So I'll present the plan to you today. And this presentation will include multimodal maps and some project recommendations. And as far as seeking adoption, there's two options on how that could do. What the to-do list of kind of how we're going about this this month is you, after hearing the information today, you can decide to adopt it today if you'd like. You're also more than welcome to take additional time to review. There's a lot of information in here, and I can come back at a later time. But this is a county-wide plan, so we're seeking adoptions from all of the local municipalities in Brunswick County and the county itself. The Cape Fear RPO endorses the plan when all the municipalities adopt it, and this plan is also adopted by the North Carolina Board of Transportation. So now, what is a CTP? I'm going to use that acronym from now on. So a CTP, anyone who's been around the block with NCDOT for long enough might have heard the term thoroughfare plans. That's what these used to be called years ago. And then they started calling them comprehensive transportation plans, which for a while were done kind of in spots. They weren't countywide. In our region, for example, there's still an adopted Tabor City comprehensive transportation plan. There was one for the Topsail Island, Topsail Beach, Surf City area. But about a decade or so ago, and these are plans that are done, this is statewide, this is not unique to Brunswick County. We moved this to a county level that these plans are done. And they're largely spearheaded by the Department of Transportation, NCDOT, and the regional planning organizations, so the RPOs, and in some cases the MPOs. The MPOs have an option of whether or not they choose to participate. So it is a 25 to 30 year long range plan. Any of the project recommendations that will be listed in this plan are project concepts. This was a common misunderstanding we got at public outreach events, is that if you see a project in here, this is not, okay, we have ironed out all the details, we are moving dirt next year. These are long-range plans. These are conceptual in nature. The purpose of this plan is to assess both existing and future transportation needs locally and on the regional network, to work together to set both short and long-term goals and priorities for what projects need to happen. The whole process is a good exercise of aligning the local and the regional expectations to foster that relationship of what's going to happen in transportation planning moving forward. It's also important to note that the projects listed in here are not fiscally constrained, as opposed to other projects once we are formally submitting them that then have a budget and a cost assigned. This is far enough out that these are not. The oversimplified way to put it is this is kind of a wish list of projects. We're throwing in anything that would possibly need. It's made to support and align with other local and regional plans, so whether that be something like the Cape Fear Regional Bike Plan that is larger than just one county, or something as small as the Southport Pedestrian Plan that is just local to here. We're trying to, again, be comprehensive in nature and take all of that in. And then this is kind of the main source that we pull from when NCDOT's prioritization process comes up every few years. The CTP is one of the first places we go for project ideas, because this is where we've tried to pool everything. And that's once we start getting the funding involved. So as far as what's in the plan, I heard the 30-page submittal isn't exactly the most exciting thing to read. Well, this is about 300, a 50-page report, about 350 pages of an appendix. If you're struggling to have a nap on a Sunday afternoon, you can whip this out. It's full of project recommendations, other maps that might present things like crash data, analysis on congestion, looking at roads that are either up to capacity, maybe over capacity, trying to analyze traffic trends, both current and future. The plan includes other things such as Title VI maps, which outline and show where there might be underserved communities or underserved populations throughout the community in the county. At the beginning of this process, there was a steering committee put together. This is the full list. There are 63 people on the steering committee. Everyone you see there in red, those are all of the adopting or endorsing agencies. So all of your local municipalities, the county, the RPO. They met for about a year, and they met twice a month. And they were kind of the driving force of pulling everything in together for this plan. As far as other meetings and outreach that there was as part of this, the timeline that we were working on, this plan update started in late 2020. So it's been spread out over the past couple of years. But so I showed you the steering committee members. There was also a committee from NCDOT Division 3, which is what Brunswick County is in. They also had what they call the Interagency Coordination Protocol, where they're pulling in everyone, such as NC Wildlife Resources Commission, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, MOTSU was involved, trying to quite literally be as comprehensive as possible. There was a survey sent out that got over 7,000 responses countywide, and then as recently as last May, we had 3 different public drop-in sessions. One in Calabash, one in Bolivia, and then one in St. James, where a lot of these project recommendation maps were accessible to the public to come in and make their comments or ask their questions. So again, kind of zoomed in on all of those, the ones that were in red, who's adopting and when. So as I said, the RPO, we just endorse the plan. We don't formally adopt it. That's for our local municipalities to do. But that's on the RPO's agenda for this month, just like this month we're going around to all the municipalities. The GSAT's MPO is on there. They participated in this plan. As an MPO, they will adopt the plan on behalf of all of their member jurisdictions. And then, as I said, the Board of Transportation, NCDOT's Board of Transportation is on there. So we're looking to do local adoptions, this month and next month, so that hopefully the Board of Transportation can adopt it in April. I believe there should be a QR code on the maps that I placed at your seats, but also it's here in the presentation, and as well as a link to the full report for your review. So next I'm going to go through a couple maps. I know that they're hard to see from here. All of these same maps you have a physical copy of, and the link to look at it online, you can zoom in and get real close. Plan-wide, there are 176 project recommendations. And again, I stress these are project concepts. And this is covering all modes, so highway projects, bicycle projects, pedestrian projects, and also some transit and rail. This map just shows facility types, so it's showing existing or recommended things like freeways or boulevards. That's what you're going to get on the maps like this. This one, a lot busier. This is the highway recommendations map. The projects are color-coded according to what type of project they would be. So everything you see in red, for example, those are projects intended to address congestion. So looking at managing or expanding the capacity of the roadways, such as 211 is wonderfully on there. Or projects like you see in light blue, for example, modernization. When you see a modernization project, that is more geometry-based is a way to say it. So, widening the existing lanes, smoothing out some turns to make it a little bit safer, adding turn lanes when necessary, kind of spot treating those instead of a full taking a 2-lane to a 4-lane, but maybe just making the intersections a little better. As far as public transportation and rail, the main items in Brunswick County, the Brunswick Transit System, which is the current transit provider in Brunswick County, operates as a demand response service. The county also has a vision of trying to accommodate seasonal traffic with various park and ride type ideas with some of the coastal communities. Those are in very early talks. And so some of the sites listed down on the south-facing coast, those are kind of ballpark spots. These are not, for sure park and ride lots. And there's only one rail project to speak of. That's the R.J. Corman line, the Carolina lines, coming in from Whiteville to Malmo. That's recommended to kind of fill an economic development type of gap. And then bicycle and pedestrian projects. Again, you see here things like multi-use paths, sidewalks, and this is pulling in the previous CTP, your local pedestrian plan, regional studies like the East Coast Greenway feasibility study that the RPO did with Southport and Oak Island a couple years ago. And then I'm going to zoom in here to this inset that shows Southport a little more clearly, and shows, again, the East Coast Greenway coming off of the ferry and kind of out 211, as well as several sidewalk projects that are right here in town. So again, as a reminder, we're presenting today seeking adoption. That is for you to decide if it's today or another time. But that was a lot of information, and so I'm going to pause and see if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Mark?
We have a representative that will show up at these meetings and submit what we would want to include in this?
Yes, sir. There was staff from Southport through the development of this plan, but then also at meetings going forth. Both our technical committee and our advisory committee, Southport has participation in those.
When's the next opportunity to submit ideas?
For this plan specifically, or with the RPO in general?
In general, if we want to add something to the list to be looked at.
For just general transportation planning, our next staff committee meets this Wednesday, and Mo will be at that. Our next advisory committee is next Friday, and Mayor Alt attends those.
So we have opportunities most of the time to start the conversations for different things that we need.
We do, and thanks to the Mayor Pro Tem, she sat in for the office of the mayor the other day, and she was able to get Southport as an alternate voting member now. We lost the voting membership for 4 years, and the Oak Island mayor office was the alternate, and they've moved up to the voting member, and we've taken that alternate position now. Right.
But I guess more on that. So this plan, mostly as is what we'd be adopting. I know Alderman Mosteller pointed out a few wordings or typos that we need to address. But there are plenty of opportunities to add projects for us to be considering. And this is a plan that gets updated every few years. And so this isn't just this is your one shot, but we will be doing updates to this as time goes on.
I'm going to have to pin you down every few years. How many few years?
That's not completely up to me to decide. That is maybe 5 to 6 years in this larger plan. And that's largely based on the availability of the DOT staff that helps the RPO in kind of undertaking this plan. That's the best estimate that I could give you right now, though.
So, Mark, the best that I can figure out in the time that I've been an elected official is that there was a totally disconnect between what the staff was doing and what the elected officials knew about what the staff was doing. And that just is a fact. Some elected officials knew what was going on, but we did, as a board, we were not given that information. That has been corrected. So going forward, we'll have to work, the city of Southport elected officials will have to work with the city staff to understand what each one wants to do and what they're doing, and then put a unified thought process forward. But from my time as an alderman, I have no recollection of ever being inquired about what should be on this plan. There was some conversation about the bike path, golf cart path from the ferry to some place in the town. I don't recall if there was much detail on it. and that is still on the plan, and that's a good thing. It's going to connect Maine to Florida, but it's the project in Brunswick County is so extensive. If you did it all in one time, I'm sorry, it'd be way down the list of priorities to be actually funded. We might be able to work collectively with our fellow representatives on the RPO to do sections of it and ask for that to be done, or ask for other things to be done. But moving forward, we should have much more clarity, staff, elected officials, because the elected officials are supposed to set the priorities and staff is supposed to execute them. And so we're going to be working in that direction.
I just, first of all, I want to thank you. I did attend the May 4th last year presentation. I know Alderman Davis attended the May 9th presentation that we were invited to by email, all board members, just so we know that board members have been included in this conversation. Our staff, our planning staff, has always been a participant in this, because my understanding is they sort of drive the train of identifying the projects. Largely, our projects come from our own pedestrian transportation plan. Am I correct in that?
Yes, for this CTP, they're largely driven by a lot of the existing local plans.
Right, because that gives you the joie de vivre to put it into this plan.
This is making sure that we have coordination from all of the individual local plans, and that's the RPO's and DOT's job, is to make sure that we can also do this regionally and help kind of whatever Southport and Oak Island are doing, make sure that we can actually accomplish both of those and then that they actually meet in good spots.
And to sort of Alderman Spencer's question, I think you may, or we may want to consider updating our plan, because it was a 2014, it hasn't been updated since then, which would require some investment on our part, working with RPO and NCDOT. That's how it was formed back in 2014. But we don't just typically make things up and, send it to the planner to send there. It has to have the plan behind it. So to your point, it might be time to update that plan.
And when there comes time for funding projects, submitting projects for funding, not just this very long-term, long-range planning, but actually submitting specific projects to get scored and funded by DOT, that happens every 2 years. So that's much more frequent, and that we make sure we are thoroughly engaged as much as possible to get kind of our priorities that we're going to submit. And Mayor Alt was even present for some of those discussions last fall at some of our RPO meetings.
So, Alderman Musto, you make an excellent point that we probably need to put that on some future agenda to look at that and what the cost would be. Maybe we do that during the budget cycle. I'm not sure when we do it, but excellent point. And to be clear, I actually attended the St. James one, is when I found out there was such a thing as an RPO, when one of the county commissioners cornered me and started asking me 47 questions, and I looked like a deer in the headlights. So that invitation to go to that meeting was an eye-opener as to what was already, most of that's on that plan that they were showing, is on what we've presented, or that you've had presented today. So we're moving in the right direction. It's all good stuff, and the city looks forward to fully participating on all sides. Thank you, sir. So, with that said, I will entertain a motion to adopt the Brunswick County Comprehensive Transportation Plan.
So moved.
We have a motion made and a second. Is there any conversation?
I apologize. One more question. Blue Line, Railroad, those easements are still in place for the old railroad line from Southport to Wilmington? You have one of these documents, a map, a blue line, current railroad. Yes, sir.
This one coming down?
Yes.
That is Sunny Point's rail line.
And I believe that's private, is it not? That's,
yes.
You can't add things to that train.
Yeah.
If you zoom into that, it comes into Southport to the waterfront.
I will have to double check on that. My understanding since I've been here is that's 70 Points rail line, and
We have there was a railroad here. So I'm interested in, are the easements still in place?
okay.
Mark, we'll make sure that we look into that when I go to the meeting next week, okay? So if there's no other questions, all those in favor say aye, and please raise your hand. Any opposed? Unanimous? Thank you. And thank you, Sam.
Thank you very much.
All right. Agenda item F3, the 4th of July financials presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So in 2022, the North Carolina 4th of July Festival asked that the city become involved in administering the 2023 event. As the previous administrator had stepped down, the city agreed, signing on for 1 year. In September of 2023, the Community Relations Department sent a worksheet to individual departments to estimate departmental spending on the 2023 festival. An estimated $78,000 was spent by the city on the 2023 festival. That included 1,392 hours, 460 of which were overtime, and about 74 employees. The fire department also provided an additional cost from the Fireman's Fund, which is not associated with the city, for the firefighters competition, which was $20,000, and for the 9/11 memorial trailer, which was an additional $15,000. The police department also provided additional costs from outside agencies that assisted with the 2023 festival for specifically the parade and fireworks, which is also not associated with the city of Southport, which was a total cost of $17,448. And that is all the information I'm able to provide to you today. The festival itself spent just shy of $142,000 on the festival. Does anybody have any questions?
Just an observation. The fire department, some of these charges we've done historically.
year, yeah.
Right. This isn't just for 2023. I just want everybody to know that.
This is the estimated cost for 2023 specifically. The only department that probably saw a raise in cost for the 2023 festival would have been the Community Relations Department, as it was the first year that we specifically administered the festival.
In other parts of the country, while everybody has mutual aid and that $17,000 figure, I'm assuming it was part of the mutual aid package. Has there been discussion amongst the jurisdictions about, for big things like that, you're going to have to pay us from now on? Okay. I know it has been in other parts. If we're going to go in the budget cycle, we just want to make sure that we catch that early. So the bulk of the cost, the festival paid out 100 and something?
Just shy of 142,000. It was 141,964.
And that does not include this?
No, this is what the city spent.
Right. So the whole thing costs about $200,000 to run, more or less? Okay.
More or less.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Are all these costs associated directly to the 4th of July festival, or any of those spread out over other things that happened during the year?
So this was just a cost analysis for the 4th of July specifically. There has been a discussion of us doing a similar cost analysis for various festivals, and I would be happy to administer that as well, just so we can see what the cost difference is from the 4th to other various festivals throughout the year.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions?
I just have a comment. All of our departments do a fantastic job putting this festival on. I think that it's a huge feather in Southport's cap to have this and continue this going forward. the fire department, police department, Parks and Rec, community relations, public services, everybody works together beautifully to make this happen. And there's nothing like waking up on the 5th of July and walking downtown and it looks like nothing happened the day before, which is amazing.
All right, there's no action for this, it's just the information, and I thank you. This is very good work. Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, let's get down to something that's not controversial at all. F number 4, right-of-ways discussion. Are you doing it or? Don't think so.
So we were asked to bring this back to kind of get some redirect or get some more direction from the board as how you would like us to move forward. Just to give some background, right-of-way encroachments are prevalent throughout the city, especially in the historic core. Enforcement over time has not been consistent and has led to confusion amongst staff and the public as to what is allowed and what's not. Staff first presented this to the board in early 2023, but there was no clear consensus on which language to include. In the historic core, most residential lots are considered non-conforming under the R10 zoning and are given various exceptions, including setbacks and on-site parking requirements. Most new structures in these areas maximize the building footprint, leaving nowhere for parking other than the right-of-way, which has become very common. In the ordinance today, states that any encroachment into any of the city's rights-of-way areas is a violation. That includes sidewalks, public streets, and alleys. And it also includes anything above the horizontal plane of the existing grounds, such as landscaping, fencing, pavers, yard art, any of those. And then just have some pictures here for you. Some property owners in Southport have spent a lot of money landscaping their yards, and some would argue that it adds character to the community. Because many of the lots in the core area are smaller, the landscaping might also provide an element of privacy or a buffer for property owners. And what about parking? As mentioned, many of the lots in the core historic area are exempt from off-street parking. Should we allow these property owners to develop some of the right-of-way for parking? And then what about special events, including the 4th of July? So we have a couple of options moving forward. Oh, excuse me, got ahead of myself. Enforce the right-of-way ordinance as it is written, and all existing encroachments must be removed by a certain deadline, or all existing encroachments can remain until the time the city needs access to the area, and then they can be removed and not be put back, and then no new encroachments would be allowed. Another option is that property owners are allowed to landscape and plant vegetation in the city's right-of-way, but there cannot be any hardscapes, pavers, fountains, decorative rocks, etc. Property owners can create parking spaces only in the rights-of-way area, a maximum of 1 or 2 spaces, and are they reserved for the owners only? And then what materials would be allowed? Other options would be to not amortize the right-of-way encroachments and to allow existing or new encroachments until access is needed by the city or they create a hazard. The property owner can put the landscaping encroachments back at no expense to the city, or allow landscaping and around existing trees for protection against parking, but do not allow other encroachments. And this is some example here. I've gotten calls from one of the business owners in this space asking about the trees and whether she can actually clear that space up and make it look a little bit better, and we've had her just kind of hold off. In addition, we just received some information about a sign at Oakton requesting to put that in the right-of-way, just to kind of announce the subdivision being there. It looks really nice so far, what they've sent in. So as a summary, do we allow any encroachments? If so, which ones? Parking, tree protecting, landscaping, or vegetative encroachments? And then if we allow parking, how many spaces are allowed and what materials? Should any encroachments be grandfathered? And if we allow some encroachments and the city has to access the area, are they allowed to be installed back? And I may call on Mo to help me if I need help answering any questions, but.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, one of the things that we talked about, I don't know how pavers got wrapped into some of this, because pavers, I think we determined in previous discussions that they weren't above the horizontal plane, so that pavers and any other material that we might use to create a parking space would be allowed.
I think it depends on how it's being used, because some people do use pavers decoratively to create like little barriers around different things.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's what I meant by that.
Okay.
Because, I'm sorry to follow up on what Robert was saying, currently, as long as it is within the horizontal plane, you can have driveway, you can create driveway. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
When you say a driveway, you're talking about parking spaces? Yes. Yeah. And it has been, I think currently the code section says you can create them, but if somebody else parks there first, they got it. That's the way the current plan is. So I guess the staff is asking for, where do we go from here? And so where do we go from here? There's a number of choices there. Is this something we want to take away from this meeting and think more about it? Maybe have a workshop on it. I'm opening to anything, or you all can make a decision today.
The previous board had just asked that there be public meetings on this, so that's another option, is that we hold a couple of public meetings and receive input and then bring it back to all of you. Well, if we're not going to discuss, I don't want to be the only person discussing it.
Well, I guess the question is, is there a majority who would like to have the public meeting, since the former board, we're not bound by that, but there's no reason not to do it, to have some public meetings, to have input from the citizens about it, and then have a greater discussion later on, even if that includes a workshop just for us to do it. Because no matter what decision we make, there's going to be people who are going to be very happy, and there's some people that are going to be very unhappy. So just speaking for one person, one legislator here, I would like to get as much input from the citizens as possible, and then see if somebody has even better ideas than we do.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, we've got go ahead. That makes a lot of sense. We've got an awful lot of options here. I think we need to get some input from the people out there who might be involved in some manner, shape, or form. There's an awful lot to take a look at here. And as the mayor said, some people are going to be very happy, some people are going to be very unhappy.
I guess one of the questions I have is, while we keep pushing this off, are we enforcing the ordinance currently as written?
I believe so.
Okay.
So I'll entertain a motion that we direct the manager to set up a couple of, I guess they would be called workshops, I don't know what the time is, workshops for the public to come in to speak about this particular topic, and we'll work with the board to come up with a workshop of our own to have more detailed conversation based on the information that we got from the public. Can can I get that motion made?
I do have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
About the current enforcement, so currently, no one's supposed to have anything in the right-of-way, as I understand it. So are we telling people that they need to rip out their right-of-way stuff right now?
No, my question was as it related to anything new. So
Okay.
any new encroachments that are being created, are we enforcing it?
We're not making people take out what they currently have. We haven't gone that far.
Okay, good, because I think that would be.
Yes, so last year, direction to staff was nothing should be removed, but moving forward, nothing new is added to the right-of-way, except for driveways or access to property.
So we're basically in a holding pattern until we
Correct.
decide the bigger picture?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, then I move that we do the workshops to get more public input.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and there's a second. Any conversation? All right, all those in favor say aye and please raise your hand. Any opposed? Unanimous decision. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation. So item number F5, the investment policy. And Lance, you're doing that, sir?
Thank you. So this is a continuation recently we've had a lot of financial policies written that we didn't have before, and this is the next one in line. This is an investment policy. And this basically just codifies what the city's already doing. The North Carolina General Statute 15930 governs what municipalities can do with their excess cash. It's mostly needs to be invested in CDs, federal or state or local government securities, and needs to be fully insured by FDIC. So this policy, and the city's doing that today. So this policy basically says we're going to adhere to 15930, and we have three definite priorities. Number one is let's protect the citizens' money. Let's protect the principal. Number two, let's keep enough money on hand for our operations that is liquid, that we have enough liquidity. The policy states that we're going to have 6 months worth of cash at all times, and that is also, we have a fund balance policy that was adopted last year that also says 6 months of available cash, so they are in alignment. And then the third principle is the third priority, and the least third priorities is the earnings, the yield. Currently, just so you know, all of the money the city has is earning some interest, with the exception of one account that we have just for daily checking in and out that maintains, we maintain a set balance on that, so money goes in and out as that balance, it goes up and down. All of the other money makes at or near or above 5% today. We have 3 CDs, 2 of which mature in March and 1 of which matures in June, and we have been rolling those over in 6-month increments as they mature, so we maintain our liquidity. We have other bank accounts, so we have a money market account and just a general account that earns in the neighborhood of 5%. And we have a small, all of our accounts basically are with First National Bank. It's First National Bank of Pennsylvania. It's the one right here on the corner of Howell and Moore. So, thank you. And we have one small account with the North Carolina Capital Management Trust, and that is for what we call debt set-off. And if you don't know what debt set-off is, if somebody has an unpaid utility bill and that account gets closed with an unpaid balance, we report it to a state group. And if that individual gets a tax refund or gets lottery winnings, the city gets claims and gets recovered on the debt. Nothing else goes in or out of that account. It does earn money, it earns dividends, which are redeposited into that account. Today has $388,000 in it, and it's there. It's available to us same day if we want to take it out at any point in time, and it's earning about 5.25% today. So that's where our money is. We are currently abiding by this policy, but we just didn't have a written policy, and so.
Is there any questions?
Lance, thank you so much. I know how FDIC insured applies to me and my personal stuff, but is it different? Because I saw these were jumbo CDs. Is it a different insurance for this kind of product?
It's a different version of it. And I've discussed this with us. The first question I ask our bankers on day one is all of our money insured? And they said for municipalities, it works differently than it does for an individual. There's a series of reinvestments that the bank does, which breaks it into small enough chunks that it all remains insured with FDIC insurance. Yes.
Any other questions? So Lance, I noticed that we we had all $8 million stuck in one bank, and you've answered the second part of my question, and that this policy says, if I read it correctly, that no one institution would get any more than 20%. Is that correct?
It says no one fund would get more than 20.
No one fund.
Right, and so the bank with the CDs, and I have a meeting with our banker this week to ask to make sure that we're in compliance with this policy on that matter. But yeah, my understanding is it's just the investment can't go and have more than 20% of one type of security or one municipality.
So instead of three jumbos, we would have smaller amounts.
The jumbos themselves are comprised of a diverse enough fund that not less than 20% of it is in one.
And you have, I would ask that the city confirm that when they do that they're all insured, to answer Alderman Mosteller's question.
Yes, sir.
Because that banks collapse. Mm-hmm. And I want to make sure that if we're putting the money in, it's going to be all, because the fact that wealthy people in California got all of their money back was by the grace of the Congress and the president, not by, we may not have that same ability to do that. So I want to make sure that we're all covered. And this policy, does it have any words to the effect of how the money will be tracked from time to time? Because my understanding is there was some issue about actually knowing that we had $8 million someplace.
So the policy requires a quarterly report to the city manager on where all the money is and all the balances. The matter that you're referring to is a bank reconciliation to our general ledger books, not that the money was missing anywhere.
No, I know, it just was not put in the right book, right time.
Long story short, in 2021, $8 million was taken and put into 3 CDs. Those 3 CDs today are worth $8.3 something million. Yeah. So all of that money that was earned on those CDs, what you're going to hear on Thursday with the auditor is one of the points was that nobody was recording those earnings to our books, and so it was not.
But the books had the $8 million, just didn't have the interest on it.
The bank has the $8 million. Nobody made a journal entry that said we made $300,000 in cash and put it into revenue.
But our books said that we had the $8 million.
Correct.
Not just the bank said it. We had something written down.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we didn't just find $8 million.
Yes,
we just found the $368,000.
It was simply a matter of some accounting transactions that didn't get booked on our books. Those are updated today. One of the issues was that the staff didn't have any visibility into the CDs. So they pull up their online banking, they weren't listed in the display, and people weren't getting routine paper copies. So it was out of sight, out of mind. We've corrected that with the bank, and we've got that all settled.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, my piece of paper, is there a motion that's needed on this? I
I don't think so.
Okay, you're just making us aware of what's happening?
No, there's a motion to approve it.
Okay. Yeah, mine just didn't print off that way. Okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the implementation of the investment policy for the city of Southport. Alderman Mosteller, is there a second? I'm sorry, was that Mark? Mark? Any discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand, please. Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I apologize. Okay, item number F6, traffic and speeding on Fodell Street. Good morning, Major.
Good morning. So just to follow up where we left off last time, I think the initial issue was brought up by Alderman Spencer. We put some survey equipment up on the first section of Fodell and ran a 2-week notice there, and then we moved it to the second half between Leonard and Moore Street and gathered some additional data. I sent that information to you guys last week. And just to make a quick comparison, from the traffic stuff was set up in front of 614 and 309 Fodell consecutively. You're looking for a 2-week period, about 13,000 vehicles were recorded between Leonard and Moore Street in that particular section, and you have this data in front of you. The average speed was about 29.3 miles an hour, with the average 85 percentile of about 35 miles per hour across the board, which is in excess of the 25 mile an hour posted speed limit, but not, it's right at the borderline of what we would mark as excessive, which is 10 over plus. And I think Mayor Alt asked the question at the previous presentation about peak times and that kind of stuff. When you look at the actual data, and I can provide it to you if you want it, it breaks it down in 15-minute increments between about 9 in the morning and about 10 o'clock at night is the primary peak time of travel when everybody's coming and going to the ferry and to work. And but if you look at the individual 15, 30-minute hour periods, you're looking at maybe 100 different registers throughout that whole time period. So there's no one peak time. So if the ferry's getting off at 6:30 or 7:30 or 5:30, whatever time, it doesn't peak specifically in that particular area. I think that pretty much was the question that you asked previously. So it didn't break it down any, we saw no significant rises or decreases to actually track and say, okay, we need somebody there between 11 and 12. When you look at the traffic for the hospital on that Fodell, Children's Network, the daycare stuff, we kind of keep an eye on that. We have increased presence in that area, and to my knowledge, we haven't received any. I know I haven't. I don't know if Chief Coring has received any specific additional complaints or if you guys have, but at this point, we're just moving forward with it. We did determine earlier in the month that there's a little bit of discrepancy in the actual numbers of vehicles based on that particular type of tracking device that we use. And we're researching and probably going to order some different stuff more along the lines of what DOT uses to get specific numbers. The speeds are accurate, the numbers may be a little artificially high. So, with that, I'll entertain any particular questions that you have about what we're doing or whatever.
Tony, do y'all have a recommendation of, I know, speed calming devices or anything like that?
I do not. It's our opinion. I'm not going to get involved in trying to make those recommendations. Our element, our approach to it is obviously increased presence and enforcement. Anything as far as speed humps, speed bumps, or whatever, are specifically up to you guys or DOT. That's outside our realm of expertise, and I don't know that I can tell you whether they're beneficial or not, honestly.
When you've been in the business for a long time?
Yes.
When you've done these studies in the past, is an 85% compliance rate about normal for any particular street?
Well, the 85 percentile is the average, so that any violations, that's the average. The 85 percentile is the speed. In this case, it was 35 miles an hour, in which 85% of the vehicles in that area are traveling, whether they're violating or under the speed. So that's pretty average. That's the center section of.
I'm sorry, you confused me. I interpret the 85 number meant that 85% of the people traveling the road were doing what they were supposed to be doing.
The 85% is the number of, explain it a different way. Of all the vehicles that are traveling, 85% of those vehicles that are traveling in their area are operating at that, in this case, 35 miles per hour.
Okay. And typically, if you did any particular road that has, other than a back street someplace, a secondary road like Fodell, 85% compliance rate would be the average. Would that be a safe statement, or
Correct.
is that unusually low or high? Or?
No, that's just the average use. That's what the DOT's average. That's their.
And because this is near the hospital and near daycare center, that raises our awareness even further for further presence.
So the fact that the hospital operates that first block and Child Care Network is out on Leonard Street in that little area, we could use that as, that is one of the examples, one of the reasons that there is an increased number of people in that area. Traffic. The pedestrian traffic in the hospital nursing home area is a concern. The school does not specifically generate a concern based on where these monitors took place.
Okay. Is there any other? Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Mayor, Alderman Davis has a question for Major. Can we reduce Fodell down to 20 miles per hour?
I don't think there will be any benefit from that. The only thing that will do would be increase the number of violators. If 25 is what we're voting, which is pretty much universal across the city, our increased presence, increased enforcement is what we're focusing on now to try to reduce that. I don't know that dropping the speed is going to, dropping the registered, listed, posted speed limit is going to do anything to reduce the number of speeders in that area, no.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
So we did two different samples. They were equal lengths, equal time. You had one section that was in the 600 block, which was in between Leonard and Howe, which had 11,396. And then that section between Moore and Leonard had 13,500. So we had 2,000 people that rerouted to either Leonard or something to get out of town, in and out of town. So it's clearly there is a difference in the number of, depending on what block you're in, as to how much is being used. Does that make?
Yeah, there may be more people coming down Leonard taking a left, going down Fodell to Moore Street, or vice versa.
So
I have no way of
these alternate routes allow us to reduce the traffic, and that's just my observation, that Leonard allows us some relief that 600 block doesn't have to deal with. Okay, we'll think about that. How hard is it for you to do this for us?
How hard to do what?
How taxing of a job. If I ask you to keep doing this, are you going to hate me? Might already, but how difficult it is to take this data. I want to keep getting it if it's not too taxing on you.
No, to gather these numbers is not difficult. Like I said, there's a margin of error that literally I became aware of earlier last month, that this particular types of tracking devices inherently have. This past week I've been researching some other options to get something a little more solid, move forward on, and then just determine what we're gonna, how much money we're gonna have to pay to determine where the people are. It's just a matter of setting up some monitors and running some reports.
Is it costing us additional money at this point with what we have?
No, not as far as gathering this data, no, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. This is pretty much an ongoing process. Anywhere that tracking device is set up, it's monitoring traffic.
Please look at areas that we can continue to study this. Don't give up on it because it's not going to quit. All right?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I appreciate what you've done.
Yes.
Frank, go ahead.
Speed limit there's 25, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
The speed limit on on Fodale is 25 miles an hour?
Correct.
And we're looking at 29, 30. So you're talking about 10, 15, 20% above the speed limit, so obviously, clearly a problem. I think we probably need to, somehow, some way, continue to monitor that, because that can be a real problem. I don't know if liability is the correct word, but obviously it's definitely a problem.
This is not on you, but if it's going to be like this, then if we're going to have the speeds and the travel through these areas, and we don't do something to slow it down, then we're going to have to add sidewalks and things so those residents are protected, because that's generally what they're worried about, is walking to their mailbox and maybe getting run over. So one way or another, we're going to have to do something to alleviate the through traffic, is what I'm looking at.
And I think to backtrack to your first question, or your first comment was, yes, this is concerned anytime there's a speeding concern or complaint generated by the public or staff or on view by any of the officers. Our first course of action is to increase our presence in that area, increase enforcement, whether it's verbal warnings, written warnings, citations, whatever, just some involvement, contact between the officers and the public, the people who are speeding, to make sure they understand that they're going through a residential district. Those roads are up to different standards, as opposed to House Street, Moore Street, the other state maintained roads. So it is a concern. So we do take this data. The chief and I will coordinate with the shift sergeants, whatever. We've got some other programs that we're working on in the background to increase our presence in these particular areas anytime it shows up where there's a concern. Just like the second set of data shows the increased traffic between Leonard and Moore Street. So that's where we're moving our presence to, in conjunction with all the other streets.
The city manager.
Yeah, at the last meeting, we were talking about this. Alderman Kelly had mentioned about how Google Maps and how they route people over to the ferry and all that. So Cheyenne did some research, and there is a way to submit an incorrect directions ticket to the map provider. So I don't know if you heard back from them as of yet, Cheyenne?
I have not, and I submitted that to Google and Apple.
Plus, I just read about another website because some other town in the United States was having a similar issue. So I got to send that over to Cheyenne where you can reroute things too, so.
Yeah, and I think the underall, I believe I mentioned it at the last meeting, until beyond my skill set, knowledge, and influence, there is a more direct route to these particular locations, be it the State Ferry or Bald Head Ferry. This is going to continue to be a concern, and we'll address it the best we can as we move forward.
You're empowering us to know what to do with the data. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? There's no action. This is just an informative meeting. I want to thank Alderman Spencer for highlighting this issue and continuing it.
And if I can interrupt for 1 second, I'd just like to take the captive audience second to address the previous public comment section about the 440 acres, to clear it up publicly, and for you guys, we can go ahead and answer the question now. If somebody has a concern, if they call 911 and make that report, it may be routed to Brunswick County initially, but I can tell you that the chief and I both have received calls. Our officers will respond out there and address the issue, okay? It is in Brunswick County. I know we've recently had wildlife out there who have engaged. Hunting was a recent concern, and it's my understanding at least one person was cited by a wildlife commission in that particular area. So just to put that out there, if they have a concern, be it the group or any individual, if they call 911 and report it, Southport will go out there. And if we're unavailable, we will request Brunswick County, and we have an extremely close working relationship with them. So it should not be any confusion as to who goes.
So technically, right now, it's against the law to hunt there?
I do not know, I do not believe it's against the law to hunt there. However, there are some ordinances that allow it within the city. I do not know what the actual citations were for wildlife. I was not the one that had the conversation with for those violations.
All right.
Yeah, plus you have to understand, the fire department has a lease that they are allowed to do that, and they do the posting and all of that. So it is allowed by certain people, so.
And it is not an area that's actively patrolled. It's just not a good use of resources for us to be out in that particular area. If we have a call or a need for response, then we will respond.
So you are primary on the response,
Correct.
and we got to make sure that's clearly delineated, because that was not, I was pretty sure that information may have been misunderstood. Okay.
Excuse me, if I could also add, I spoke to Mr. Duff last week. He asked me about the shooting and whether hunting was allowed, and it actually was adopted as part of one of our ordinances, section 11.5. It references, however, that hunting may be permitted on the city's 406-acre tract located on Highway 87 as described in the book and page number, upon execution of a written agreement indemnifying the city to be approved by the city manager.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay, the next issue. I'm sorry. You want 5 minutes? All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. right, everybody is back. So item number F7, which is the outstanding issues for water sewer merger, and that is the city manager.
Yes, we brought this topic, or many topics, to you on January 10th, and there are still some items that were outstanding. You want us to do some more research, and it would help if we could get some direction on these, so again, we could proceed with merger discussions with the county. Lance and Dory and I met with Steve Stone and Aaron, the finance director, to go over several issues. They don't have a problem if we use some of the fund balance to offset the rates until the merger becomes finalized. The only thing they ask is don't bring the rate down so low that if the county goes up, which I said, yeah, I get it, I get that. So there's a number of issues. One is the staffing. We need to finalize how many people and positions are going to the county for finance and public services. The use of the water sewer fund balance, Lance is going to be doing a presentation, just so you know. Do we want to reduce it just the debt amount? Do we want to reduce it to what the county level is? That's another decision we need. Which roads need to be repaved? There's a list in your packet, which Tom Z put together with a cost. So we should set that aside. And then the use of water sewer fund balance. I did find that if you have enough money in your fund balance to sustain operating, this was all new to me after 30 years, you can use some of the fund balance to offset expenses in the general fund. So I would certainly recommend you do that to soften the blow in next year's taxes. And then the last item was Mr. Stanley told me after our last meeting that the current vac truck really needs to be replaced, and he's figuring the cost for that is $350,000. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure how you want to do this, take it one by one, or if you just want Lance to do the presentation on the finance, and then open it up for everything, whatever you want to do.
How about we have Lance do the finance part, and then we'll come back. Unless there's a hue and cry not to do it this way, I think we should do it one item at a time, because some are pretty easy and some are not as easy.
All right, thank you. So when we met on the 10th of January, the board instructed us to look at two different options or two different scenarios for reducing rates ahead of the merger. One was to get us so that our fund balance did not continue to grow. And what would that look like? And the other option was, as close as we could to get down to the county's current rates, what would that look like? And so if you recall, the conversation was we on a standard, in today's world, we add about $1.7 million to our fund balance each year. And that fund balance has been built over the last few years in order to put money aside for all the capital improvements that we need.
Can I just ask you a quick question on that? Is that we're using the word profit on the rates that we use, or is that both the rates, the profit of that and the system development fees?
So there's system development fees is a very small portion of everything that fits the rates that are driving that.
Thank you.
So we stepped back and we looked at it. If you remember, we had this conversation, I believe. What we have in common with the county, what our rates have in common with the county is we have different rates for commercial versus residential. What we have differently with the county is that we differentiate by residents inside the city limits and customers outside the city limits. The county differentiates by size of the water meter. So in our current system, we don't have, our current billing system, we don't have a structure in place to bill by water meter. So in our size. So in our modeling, we've ignored water meter in size, and what we've done is we've adjusted base rates, which we both have base rates, and in the scenario that we want to get down to not growing the fund balance any further, it's pretty simple. We simply reduce our base rates to the closest analogous county rate. And so what that means is for a city customer, an inside city customer, resident, we'll talk residential, their base rate today is $78.54, whether they use 0 gallons or not. We would take that down to the county's rate, which is $39. And for water, the base rate today is $26.45 for an in-city resident. We would take that down to $20, which is the county's base rate for a 1-inch meter. The base rate for a 3/4-inch meter, which is what most of our customers today for the county, is $16. If we took it all the way down to $16, we would go way beyond the amount of savings that you're trying to target here. So by doing those two things, and also in today's world, today's rates, we charge the 9% or so of the meters that are outside of the city limits they double the base rate that the inside folks pay. If we take those folks down to plus 10% over what you charge the in-city rate folks, what that would do is that would get that $1.7 million down to basically nothing in terms of growing the fund balance. It would save your typical, on an annual basis, it would save your in-city resident about $46 a month or about $550 a year. And that's a change we can make immediately in our system. We don't have to rebuild anything. We don't have to try to spend 2 or 3 months building a model to mimic anything. We just change base rates. We can have that. We typically bill as close as the calendar allows to the 26th of a month, depending on weekends. So on February 26th billing, we could have this done if you so chose. If you wanted the option to go as close to the county's current rates as possible, we can do that as well, but we can't get perfect. We can get close, but short of rebuilding an entire model and taking a lot of time to do that, we can't get perfect, but we can get real close. I told you last time that your typical in-city resident will save $775 a year. By tweaking our current structure, we believe we can get, if you so chose, about 743 of that 775 on an annualized basis, or about $62 a month on a monthly basis, to get your typical city resident closer to the county rates.
Which process would impact the lower user and theoretically the lower economic person the best? Would it not be dropping the base rate?
Well, you're going to drop the base rate in both scenarios. But what you're going to do to try to get closer to the county is you're also going to drop the variable usage rates as well. You're not going to try to model them. I'm not going to go through 3,500 meters and determine who's got what size and write a whole structure. But certainly by going to the counties, try to get as close to the county as possible, you will impact everybody more favorably, including the lower economic strata. But I will also say that what you'll do at this level is you'll start to consume. You're not just going to no longer build your fund balance. You're going to start dipping into the cash you've already got by a little bit here, which you have the authority to do. The county, obviously prefers that the cash is preserved, but they recognize that the authority lies with this board.
And a little bit would be?
Between now, let's say the merger is 6 months from now, we might dip $1 million or so into it at the most.
And for the Fourth Estate and the people listening here, how much money is in that fund?
At last count, the cash portion of it was a little over $12 million.
Okay. Just want to put it in perspective.
So there would still be a substantial amount
of money
of cash
correct.
There for you to do other things with if you chose to, and it would go to the county. Fine.
I was just going to say real quick, can you move through some of these slides so the public at home?
I don't seem to have a clicker up here. Oh, is this it? I'm sorry.
Can see them? Thank you.
And then I had a question. The base rate, we went from, I think it was 3,000 gallons to 1,000 gallons. Are we bumping it back to the 3,000 gallons? Is that going into this consideration at all?
We have no plans we're not proposing to change our number of gallons at all in this because it was going to require us to completely, I mean, we would be deferring the savings by months while we built that model. All we want to do is go into our system now and change the amount that's being calculated in the existing structure. And that'll get you pretty close to the counties, but it's not going to be perfect. I mean, when the county switches over, some people will be paying $1 more, some people will be paying $1 less, but it's going to be pretty close. Yeah.
Is there a minimum usage on the county's on the county's?
There is.
I'm sure it was there, and
There is. The county today, you know, I don't actually, Mr. Spencer, I don't have that in front of me, but
That's okay.
the county does have a base that they get so many gallons before they get into their variable usage rates.
Okay.
You say here, county base includes up to 3,000 gallons.
Oh, then perhaps
Under
I do
your
have
assumption, under your assumptions.
it. So,
All right, so we'll let them adjust that when they get this wonderful.
that'll be all for them to do. What we're proposing here, because the quickest way to for us to get this done is use the system, the structure that we already have. We're just the dollars that are being fed into it in terms of what you're going to charge per X number of gallons. We've modeled that on as close as we can, meter by meter, month by month. And if we make the changes that are in here, you're going to see a substantial, and I got to tell you, the folks that are outside of the city limits, it's about 9%, they're going to see them. They've been charged some pretty high rates, and they're going to see this proposal at 10% over city, a significant reduction in cost.
Are there any other questions? So I'm going to ask you, Bonnie, a question here. Is it your thought that we should move on one of these, I think, 2 recommendations here right now? Is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay.
But you've got a number of other
I know
things
that,
too,
but
for this, yes.
I think I'd like to go one by one unless
Sure.
you have an issue.
Well, I have a question, because my question as it relates to being able to move money into the general fund, which I think then this might influence how much we could do that. Because just from a structural standpoint, our budget this year basically was, and I'm trying to understand how that's calculated, because our budget was for $8 million for water sewer. Mm-hmm. That was our adopted budget. So I don't know how that relates. The way I read it, it kind of made it sound anything over and above that amount we could put in the general fund. So that's what I'm asking.
The only thing you ought to be careful about is all you're doing is kicking this issue down the road, if you know what I mean. So yeah, you could put a lot of it. I wouldn't recommend you go that high, that's for sure. I would, if anything, would say take half that you need for the 1.2, for example, because at some point, you're still gonna have to find some kind of money in your budget. May not be this coming year, but it'll be a future year.
So could I just say one thing, Alderman Mosteller? The $8 million you're referring to is the top line revenue number. That's sales of water and sewer. But there's a lot of expenses in the budget as well, right? So you're talking about $6.5 million or so worth of expenses in the budget. So you're talking about a budget of about $1.5 million and kind of rough, order of magnitude numbers that would be in today's world going into build the funds balance, right? That fund balance has grown significantly over the last 3 years or so. I think if you went back maybe 5 years, it was about $2 million in it, and now it's up to over 12. I'm just talking about the cash portion of it. So, I'm not sure about over 8 million. That's just a revenue number, but the board just in the last meeting, the January 10th meeting, allocated that $1.2 million of ARP money that had been earmarked for the water treatment facility expansion over to the general fund. So that's already done, but there's ample money here to sort of soften the blow as we transition, into the post water sewer world.
Any other questions? So I apologize for being slow. There's two options. Could you repeat those two options for us quickly?
Sure.
And so that we can decide whether or not one or which one might be the best, if any?
So option one is to target no further growth in the water sewer fund balance and return those savings, if you will, back to the customer. That option involves only adjusting base rates as they exist today, not involving variable rates. That option would save your typical in-city resident about $46 a month on their water sewer bill immediately with their next bill. That annualizes out to about $550 or so a year. Option two is to try to leap forward into the county's rates as close as we can within the construct of the system we have available to us today, the billing structure. That involves reducing the base rates and adjusting the variable consumption rates, the per gallon rates that are over and above the base. That option would save your typical in-city resident about $62 a month on water and sewer, or about $740-ish annualized. That option will require dipping into the $12 million fund balance by probably $1 million or so, depending on how fast this merger gets done.
Thank you. Well, I don't think that I'll be voting on this. My thought is to go to number two, but somebody has to make a motion to do either one or two.
I'll make a motion that we try and target the current county rates within the constructs of our billing cycle or system that we have right now, to help alleviate some of the water and sewer stress on our citizens right now.
I'm sorry, Alderman Kelly, is that option one or two?
That is option two.
Okay. Any comment? All right. All those in favor, say aye and please raise your hand. There's no opposed, unanimous decision. And for the state, please make sure that it's recognized that this was a unanimous decision by the Board of Aldermen. Thank you, Lance. Oh, wait a minute. We got other options here, right? Yes. Could you go forward
We
with that?
need resolve the question of staffing for finance and public services.
So if I read Mr. Stanley's document correctly, he's proposing that one FTE would be transferred over to the... Tom, were you planning to speak?
Yes, I told him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go on up.
I didn't realize that.
I would let him be the spokesperson.
Good morning. Wasn't really planning on speaking, but after an email I received on Friday, I think it's very justified that I'm up here speaking. So Friday I received an email about, the question of the staffing I'd like to keep for the merger. When I say I'd like to keep, I'd like to say I as the city of Southport. There was talk about employees being hired over the past couple of years and positions being converted from part-time to full-time. And also there was talk about the cemetery contract that we have going on. All of which, unless you guys know something I know, have absolutely nothing to do with this water and sewer merger. The question I received on that was based on the grounds department. And like I said, the grounds department doesn't have anything to do with this water and sewer merger. But I will say that, yes, the question was, hey, do we need the guys? Do we need the cemetery contract? And I'm saying this because, well, it's my job to be a steward to the budget that I present, and also to look out for the employees that I have who do such a damn hard job for City of Southport. Yes, there was an addition. Previous city manager wanted 4 part-time positions for cemetery maintenance. Well, we couldn't get full-time, much less part-time, you know. So anyway, we tried all year, or 6-7 months to do so. And then I come to the board because we were taking such a beating on the city cemeteries. So, hey, can we convert these guys to full-time? And it was a unanimous board decision, and I'd like to highlight unanimous. So with that being said, it was still, the city was taking on extra work. So we decided to go forth with their cemetery contract, and they're doing a really good job. They're helping the city out a lot. So really what I'm getting at is, yes, we hired a cemetery contractor, but also with those 2 guys that were converted from 4 part-time to 2 full-time, more duties were added to these guys. And let me state these 3 duties. The fire department did have a contract service or outside division come in to maintain their facility. There's no reason for the fire department to be paying that money when my guys can do that. So Charles, I think it was maybe 2 years ago they started doing that. So that was an added duty, no extra people. Taylor Field and Dog Park, come on. A lot of extra duties, no extra people. Also, City Hall used to have, I believe, Wildwood Landscape do their maintenance for years and years and years. That contract was canceled last year, I believe, this July. And my guys, when I say my guys, I mean Southport guys are doing that. So as you can see, there really wasn't extra people hired willy-nilly for people to do nothing. There were extra duties for those guys. There was also mention of, now I'll get off that fence post. There was also mention of, why do we need these guys? Because we don't do sidewalk work every day. We don't do storm drain work every day. We don't do sign repair every day. We don't do paving every day. No, we do not. You know what we do every day? We maintain a water and sewer system that is antiquated and needs lots of maintenance. Everything else I mentioned has been placed on deferred maintenance. The duties as far as what paving we can do right now is potholes, what storm drains we can clean, what sidewalks we fix, are all as needed basis and urgencies. So by losing the water and sewer services, these deferred maintenance items can become regular maintenance items. So with that being said, right now, the water and sewer department, or the water and streets department, because there is no sewer department, I went over there, my last presentation, has 8 guys. 2 water guys, and let me keep counting, six other guys. So we have 1 buildings maintenance position open, that a code enforcement guy, he left that to go to code enforcement. My proposal is to move 1 of my water and sewer guys to that position. That drops me down to 7 people. 5 guys I'd like to keep on to do all these deferred maintenance items that was listed in an email that's not being done, which is sidewalks, storm drains, signs, paving, and whatever else is needed within the city. That's 5 guys. That leaves me 2 guys. I have 1 position in the grounds position for an employee who went out and will not be coming back. One of those guys may choose to decide they want to be on the grounds crew, and they may say, hey, I don't want to do that position. I don't know. So that leaves 1 guy who's kind of up in arms on what do we do with him. So that kind of counts for the 8 positions I have. And it's up to you guys to decide what deferred maintenance you want to get done and what level of service you would like to remain to keep for Southport.
Tom, I think some of the confusion was that for 6-8 months now, it's been, not by you, but by, it's been bantered about that there's X number of employees who are sewer guys, X number of people who are water guys. And so the simple math was, if you no longer have a sewer, you no longer have the sewer guys. It was not fully understood that the sewer guys are not doing sewer stuff every day, but they have multiple tasks beyond that. And so your documents kind of explain that to all of us at one time. But there's a general understanding, because we've allowed this conversation to take place in the public, because at least I am responding to the questions about, well, are you getting rid of the sewer guys being transferred to the county, not get rid of as rifting them. But that was the whole conversation. So you make, to me, a good point that the sewer guys had multiple tasks. They would still have those tasks, and then you're going to add more tasks to them on the deferred maintenance issues. Did I summarize that correctly?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay.
Several weeks ago, you made a comment that Southport people expect Southport services. And I can tell you that in fact, is a case. I walked out the door a couple of days ago, and one of my neighbors said, "Got water coming through the pavement here." I walked over. Sure enough, this is 6 o'clock at night, so I called the number. Within maybe 10 or 15 minutes, someone shows up. Yep. Now, we can either do something about it now or wait till, the morning, so it'd probably be a lot less noisy in the morning. I went out next morning, a couple hours later, it was done. So that's Southport service. So your guys do one heck of a job. In my opinion, you're undermanned. But, your guys, they multitask. They do more than just one thing. And that makes them even more valuable to us. The people are your most valuable asset. And I appreciate what you're doing.
The transition is going to affect us, but it is true. These people have been chasing the squeaky wheel, and once we get through this, they'll be able to go back. We need to keep every employee we've got. The one that can be transferred over, and if they want to go to the county, we should take advantage of that, make sure that they're taken care of, but otherwise, I would say hold tight on our public works and don't change a thing.
Anybody else?
I just want to try to understand, Tom, if I can, because I'm looking at proposed work week, and when I look at that for full merger, and if I look at what you're saying going forward with merger, typical work crews needed, it looks to me like 5 people a day would cover all of these things. Is that what you're thinking? Because one of the things too with stormwater cleaning, we're in the process, I know, of getting a stormwater plan and all, but and money for new stormwater improvements and that sort of things in the offing. So in the near term, it's what we're trying, I guess, to plan for, right? And so, but it's 5 people. So you have 2 water people and 6 other people. So then how does that compare with the 5 that this workload is?
Here's, let me go through it again. No, that's okay. There will be 5 guys. So let's just take the 5 guys who are going to do all this deferred maintenance or emergency maintenance that we've been doing now. So we got 5 guys. That leaves me with 3 guys left over. 1 guy can move into the empty facilities maintenance position I have right now, because that's a 2-position job. 1 position went to code enforcement. I did not hire that job because of the merger. That leaves me 2 guys. I have an opening right now in my grounds position because 1 guy went out and will not be returning. So if they choose and say, hey, yes, I want to cut grass and weed eat for the city, they can go to there. That's 7 guys. That leaves that 1 guy who I don't have a vacant position for. That's how the 7 are accounted for. I'd love to be able to keep them all. Yeah, I'd love to be able to keep all 8 of them. But I can't sit up here and create a position, and it may be that 7 of them come to me and say, I don't want to stay with Southport. I'm just speaking for the guys that we need. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm just laying out how it is. And like I said, a lot of things that haven't been getting done will hopefully get done once this merger is taking place.
So the grass cutting position, for lack of a better term, is at the same pay level as one of the two guys that are in this quasi stage, or would they take a pay cut to take that job? Is it a lesser job?
It is not the same pay scale as far as range over time, but I would hope that they wouldn't have to take a pay cut if they chose to stay with city.
Well, my point is that if they're going to take a pay cut financially, they may be better off to volunteer to go to the county if the county in fact takes them. So we may have either one or two, depending if somebody decides to take that job. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. I believe as long as there was not a pay cut, I believe I have one that would.
I guess if they're not topped out, let's assume you make X over here and top pay over here is here, and you can move over here because you're not topping out again. But it would all depend on your, I don't even know, do we have pay steps now?
Yes, didn't we work on a structured pay schedule based on time of service?
Yeah, and in your March meeting, you're going to have the new job study results too. So that's going to change things.
Okay.
I don't think either position has been topped out right now.
This is a budget really going to have to, the rubber hits the road when we do the budget. We're just getting prepared mentally. Is that correct?
Except I need to know, because I'm in discussions with the merger. The county says how many people are you sending over. I do need to know that.
Another question, Tom. Under paving, you've got 5 people, but how does that differ from when we did in budget, created 2 new paving positions and a supervisor's position?
Well, I have to keep saying that the budgetary request was not a full paving crew. If you look at the going forward with the page you're on right now, you can see that there's a whole array of things that these guys will be doing. The paving crew, which everybody likes to call it, which was never a paving crew, but I know I can't swipe that from everybody's muscle memory. I get it. As aggravating as it is, I get it. Was for smaller repairs. Okay. Hopefully this way, and with Tom's experience, and I have a guy who works for city now who's got some experience, we can expand our limits of paving. But if you break it down to the number of people and how it's laid out, it kind of explains what each person will be doing. And say there's a paving job that's a little smaller and only takes 3 people. Well, guess what? Them other 2 people can be doing some of the other deferred maintenance. This is just a full-out, widespread, multitasking crew, sort of like the crew that has now, because in each department of the 5 or 8 divisions that public service have, everybody is kind of multi-talented and multitasks. So there may be days where it's a 5-man paving crew. There may be days where it takes a whole week to do something instead of laid out one day.
So it would appear to me that one of the first questions the manager needs to know is for the 2, or I'm assuming you have identified 2 people that would be on this over here waiting to see what's going to happen, that they have to, one of them has to make, they both have to make a decision whether they want to take this other job. If they don't want to take the other job, if I'm hearing you correctly, then there would be 2 people, the manager would go forward to tell the county, we got 2 individuals we'd like you to consider taking. Is that correct?
I have not pinpointed down any individuals to go any specific direction at this point.
Well, I guess my question is how do we move forward with your issue if we don't know who's going to take what?
I already have it on my list, and I've spoken to the staff before, and it's now time. If you decide that it's 1 person or 2, we will go back and we will tell them, here's the openings we have. Is anybody interested in taking these? They have to come to a decision, and then then we will be able to say, we just need to know how many you want to keep on staff.
What is your, I mean, part of your job, Bonnie, is to manage. So what is your recommendation?
I have it in the cover sheet that it be one or two. That, yeah.
So right now, I'm just brainstorming with all of you. We could make a motion that it would be one person, or we could make a motion that it could be up to two people, depending on the outcome of the decision. But the most would be two people that would be put on to go to the county and follow the manager's consideration. The staff would have to decide if anybody's going to move, and if they're not, somewhere along the line, somebody's going to have to identify two individuals to be in that potential transfer place. Does that sound like a reasonable motion to make somewhere along the line?
I wouldn't see someone going to the county as a bad job move. We don't want to lose the training, the expertise, the local knowledge. I would almost like to ask for the two positions, and if we don't have employees that want them, then the county can deal with it. Okay, but I would like to give that opportunity. Is that confusing?
It is to me.
Okay, all right.
So my question, Mark, is that if we followed Tom's recommendation, he has two slots, somebody's got to make a decision, but we got to identify somebody's got to move to the grass cutting to have that happen. If nobody decides they want to go to grass cutting, then two people have to be identified to move off to the county. I don't look as moving off to the county as a negative to the employee. I look at it as potentially a benefit to them because the opportunities in the county are greater than they are here. So we may actually have the opposite, an arm wrestling to find out who's going to be able to go to the county.
Who lives closer.
Closer, yeah, and all of that stuff, yes.
So we're just waiting for a motion? I'm sorry, Karen.
I had another question, if I could. Okay, Tom, I'm sorry, I'm dense. So there were 2 water guys and 6 others?
Yes.
For a total of 8?
Yes, ma'am.
We are saying that the crew, after full merger, you need a minimum of 5 for the actual?
Yes.
Okay, then that leaves 2 facilities maintenance and grounds unfilled.
At least 1 facilities maintenance. I
Yeah,
was
that's
just
what I
laying
mean,
out there, yes.
facilities and maintenance and 1 ground.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so those of your 8, 3 of them would have to, however you come to the conclusion, they would have to apply for this. I mean, or decide they wanted to be that person. So what I would ask is that we ask the county that we could potentially have 3 people. That leaves it open for them if they choose not to be for facilities maintenance or grounds, that we have a path for them. Because it doesn't cost anything for the county not to get them.
Yeah, but it would cost, I'm just playing devil's advocate with you. It would cost us if we opened it up for 3 people or 10 people, it would cost us the experience. We may have a number of people who want to leave because of pay or closer to home, 47 other different reasons. I'm a little leery about making them have that opportunity. Now, they can always apply to the county and transfer themselves out later on. Am I making sense?
You are. Let me see if I can make it a little easier. I know I have the facilities maintenance position filled. I have some good interest in that, and I have a good person to do so. That's why I haven't even thought of that as an option to go to the county. It's just the other 2. I think I can get someone to slide to the grounds position as long as pay wasn't involved, a pay cut wasn't involved. You guys have a hard job but the easy job. Deciding how many positions Tom gets to keep. When I say Tom again, I mean the city. I have the job of talking to 8 grown men with 8 grown men responsibilities to decide amongst them who's going to stay, who do I want to stay, who do I want to get rid of? Well, I don't want to get rid of a damn soul, but I know that's not possible. So you guys have your duties, and I have the personal affiliated, associated duties to figure out how this is going to work with my people.
Well,
It becomes
so I'm going to
personal to
push
me.
back a little bit on that, just a little bit. And the fact that this board has been unanimous that if anybody has to, if we're going to reduce numbers, that this whole board, including the manager, is going to push fervently to ensure that there's no break in a job function somewhere. So it's not like we're just cold-hearted and say, off with your head. No, that's the whole point of this conversation, is to make sure that it's as smooth as possible, but facts are facts. So I want to make sure that the staff understands that this is a united board on that issue, that we take all of these employees, their lives, their service, very seriously.
And that was not my intention for that comment, but I appreciate that.
Let me ask a question. Stuff goes over to the county. Response times. You see any difference if it goes to the county, somebody coming from the county and handle a problem versus somebody in the city is going to have a problem? To me, I see a problem, but you tell me.
You will not get Southport service. Yeah,
I mean,
you will
it's
not get
certainly,
Southport service.
The perfect example is EMS and, which is why we ended up going with paramedics on ours, because they have so much to do and so much to respond to, whereas we just deal with our little town. So, I mean, yeah, it could be.
That's part of merger, though. That's the merger, and that's the lot less expensive route.
So we all agree at least one position's going. So the second position is a matter of the person moving. Yeah. So, I think we go with the one, and then, that other one is not for us to. That person's either going to decide to work with the city or in that capacity as grounds or not.
I guess, Alderman Carroll, my only concern about that is that I want to ensure, and I think we all want to ensure, not just me, that if there's going to be two spots, we proffer that to the county now to ensure that nobody gets left out at the end of the day. So what I guess I'm asking is for the city to have the conversations with the employees as quickly as possible, so the manager has an idea, is it one or two? We just vote to let her have the final say, is it one or two, based on the fact of how many people can remain.
Because then we have the option. They have the option to not take the grounds job and stay in water and sewer, which is where they are, going with the county. I think we're just trying to give them an option and continuity. I think it's going to be difficult. I appreciate wanting to have, and I don't know what the money part of it is. We don't have that in front of us. But I think it would be difficult to say this person has this level of responsibility. Now they're going into a job that has this level of responsibility and carrying that same salary, because you've got these people working with them that may or may not, and may have been there longer, making less. So I don't know how that works.
As one who's come from a union environment, typically the way those things are handled is they stay at the salary that they have, but it gets frozen, and they stay level, for a number of years, and they have to understand that. And the other thing is, usually you always take into consideration seniority. Who's been here the longest.
And that actually happens in Virginia as well, and up until recently, it was not a union state. If you took a voluntary demotion, you could easily be making considerably more money than the place you're going to, but if it was voluntary demotion, you just froze your pay until everybody caught up to you.
Do we pay for certifications? Someone picks up a new skill set, do we take that in consideration?
We do, but in fact, when you see the results of the job study, they're going to mention that we don't do a great job with that, and we need to improve on that.
So I think we're at the point of somebody making a motion.
I guess I'll make a motion that we allow the city manager to go to the county with the option of 2 potentially, but within the city, we kind of feel out what our guys want and make sure that we're putting our people's best interests in with that consideration.
There's been a motion made and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And then it's staffing for finance, which my recommendation is we send over 1, which would be that utility coordinator, and that's a vacant position right now anyways.
Okay, agenda number F8. I'm sorry.
Right, there's a number of things within this.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, go right ahead.
So, yeah, there's an item for staffing on finance and who, how many are staying or whatever.
Yep, go ahead.
This is a question from Alderman Davis. Wouldn't it be good to first find out if any of the public services guys want to go to the county?
I think that's what we have kicked over to the manager to figure out before we go to that either 1 or 2 number.
We'll have, Tom and I'll, as soon as we can, sit down with the group. Definitely this week, but we'll have to see what our schedules look like.
So the finance position you said is currently a vacant position?
Correct.
So I guess I would move that we allow the vacant position to go to the county.
Are we just cutting that position?
Right, it would
It's
be a
vacant.
position, right, it's vacant, position goes to the county, we don't fill it.
There was budgeted money for that job, right? And
Correct.
we didn't use it.
Correct, and right now I have somebody, Kelly, who's filling in to do getting the bills out until we do merge, but once the merger's done, we're not going to need that position because the county will end up doing all the billing.
Alderman Mostello, do you have another question?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that it's a vacant position now, the utility coordinator position, so then you're retaining your full finance staff?
Right, everybody else in the front area would remain because we still got to get golf cart fees and all these other fees, and so that would still, it'd be 1 position plus right now there's 2 part-timers.
I'm sorry, I lost track. Did we make a motion on this yet? I don't think so. Did we? Okay. So, all in favor say aye and raise your hand so the clerk can make sure we got the right count.
The motion is to allow the currently vacant finance position to go to the county. So basically eliminating that within the city. There's not someone currently in that position.
That person that was in that position took over payroll when the payroll person left.
Okay. So I'm going to just do the vote again for the benefit of Alderman Spencer. All those in favor say aye and raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Is that it?
Nope, we still got a few more, but these are easier. Also, setting aside some money for the roads needing to be repaired. Tom Z put together a list. He's figuring about 3.1 miles of roads. The total we would need would be 1.1 million in case they're settling or anything like that. So I want to make sure everybody's in agreement. If people have questions and specifics, Tom is here to address those.
And that money would come from which fund?
Fund balance of water sewer, and we'd move it over so that it's set aside.
Is there any need for Tom Z to come up?
I just had a question. So in our packet, the roads that are marked in yellow, that's what it is? I didn't have a list in my packet of roads per se, so I just want to make sure I understand.
No, there was no list. It was actually that map showing it. Figured it was easier for everybody to see where they were and go from there.
And Tom, would that be full paving?
Yes, that was what I was just going to say. As part of the sewer replacement project that's going on, they're just going to pave the trench and 1 foot on either side. We're going to let that settle for about a year and then come back and pave curb to curb on all those streets.
So then are you encumbering money from the water sewer fund in order, because merger theoretically be beyond that, so.
That's what the question is on hand. It's about 1.1 million that would need to be pulled over
Into the general
for the
fund.
paving of that.
Okay. And is there any other paving? I know, do you think that brings us into compliance? Because I think we could move more money over to the general fund for more paving. I mean, as an example, Indigo has road stuff and.
I'm actually working on putting together an overview of a paving program that I'll be coming to you, I think in March.
Yeah, then you're going to see the whole city picture of road paving.
And that'll include some kind of prioritization as opposed to.
Oh, none of that. When we're going curb to curb down an entire street, that is not something that public services could handle. This would be getting a contractor in to pave it.
No, I mean, some streets are worse than others. And while I'm very familiar with the Indigo Plantation roads, there could easily be other roads that are worse off.
Yes.
So your plan would be prioritization.
Yes.
Well, we've talked about this for a long time, and I believe it's done, but it falls off the plate every couple of years.
The first thing, in March, you'll see what needs to get done.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're sitting down. when
Yes,
I see
please
the
be
number.
seated for that meeting. The numbers are going to blow your mind.
So one of the areas that's not on here is actually just south of 9th Street between 8th and 9th on Lord. That's one of the worst, and all of the sewer, I think, is already done. Is that right, Tom?
That is actually, that's going to be a small contract we're doing now. It's supposed to take place this week. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The reverse speed pumps that we have there?
That area was something we had gotten proposals for back in the fall, and the contractor was putting us off. Tom finally laid down the law with him last week, and he says he's coming into town this week to get those areas done.
That's all good stuff, because having just been in Belize, I found roads that are worse than ours. All right, so I guess we need a motion to move the 1.7? I'm sorry.
1.1.
$1.1 million. Do I hear a motion?
So move.
Second, anybody? Second by Frank. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye and raise your hand for the clerk. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay, now we have a vac truck, which Mr. Stanley brought to my attention after our last meeting, that he feels we're still going to need one, and the cost is roughly $350,000. The one we have
Well,
now is a 2007.
I'm just going to go ahead and ask Tom.
It
Is
is
it
not
electric?
Can we get some pricing on an electric vac truck?
Where do I turn in my resignation?
I'm
They are not
expecting a lot of
available.
text.
So electric is out of the question. They're not available. So right now we have a 2007 Vector vac truck. The city's been floating around with. In 22-23 budget, it was actually passed to purchase another one. But when Bonnie got here, we talked about all these sewer projects we had going on, and we're like, well, hey, maybe we can limp it to see how this transpires. Well, in the past 2 months, it's broken down twice, and we've had to get it shipped off to get repaired. And lo and behold, it's broke down right now. So I was thinking, well, with the ability to transfer funding from our existing water and sewer balance, I think now would be a good time to purchase one. Otherwise, the option is to milk this on and eventually have to pay $350,000, $400,000 out of tax revenue. The exact model we have now will work for what we need for a Southport, and I can get it under Sheriff's Association contract pricing for just under $350,000. I know it's a big bite, but it's a bite we're gonna have to take regardless eventually. It's just, do we do it now with the water and sewer fund, or do we raise taxes future to do so?
How much are we paying on that repair cost on a yearly basis?
Yearly basis, I had to break down, but since 2019, we spent $40,000.
Okay, you've answered my question.
The other thing too is you could use that ARPA money that you moved over to the general fund. So that's another option.
Go ahead.
Tom, what do we use this truck for? How often are we using it?
It does suck. Right now, we use it for all our sewer cleaning, sewer blockages. If you call for sewer blockage, main blockage, we do that. We can clean manholes with it. We also, for these calls, for the, like I said, the emergency urgent calls, we do storm drain cleaning with it. So once, we're not using it for sewer any longer, we can use it with the 5-man crew to clean out our stormwater system, storm sewer systems.
Bonnie, what were the restrictions on the ARPA funds? Is it just in the general fund? Is it free and clear in the
Yeah, it's just
free and
sitting
clear
there.
in the general fund?
But there is no restrictions. You can use it for whatever
Okay.
you want.
I would be in favor of moving 350 out of the water sewer fund and holding on to the ARPA. I think the ARPA fund makes up our discrepancy after merger. And so I would be in favor of moving the 350 and would like to make that in the form of a motion.
I'll second.
Is this going to have enough plugs in it so we can run it down for the Christmas parade?
Sit back and watch, please.
Okay.
Fragile.
So we have a
Low
motion.
Davis would
We have a
decide
motion
that.
on the floor. We have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor say aye, and please raise your hand for the clerk. Any opposed? It passes unanimously.
And
I
the
appreciate-
last, I'm sorry.
I would say I appreciate it, and our garage staff will appreciate it.
The last item in this category is use of water sewer fund balance to offset the added expenses to general fund. And if you do want to do that, how much? Because we're figuring 1.2 million that's going to have to get moved from water sewer over to the general fund.
So my question really is that before we go too much further, what does the county think about us? How much money can we take out before they throw their flag?
We talked to them that this was a possibility because Steve Stone even looked at me and Aaron from the county and said, you can't move water sewer fund over to the general fund. And I said, well, I didn't think so either, but lo and behold, and I sent them all the stuff that we found out. So they didn't give us an exact, that's why I said if you took half, the 6, whatever I said, I think that would help us, but leave some for them too. So they never said an exact number.
But they were aware that these conversations were taking place.
Yep.
And they didn't respond, so silence is approval. So what are your recommendation? What motion are you recommending?
See, what was my magic number? I think I had said halves of the 1.2. At least half, yeah. That was my recommendation.
So your motion is to take $600,000.
6, whatever. What's half, Lance? 600.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we do the 1.2 if we need 1.2?
Well, first of all, two things. One, I think that's pushing it with the county, I really do. But also, secondly, okay, so you're using that one time to subsidize the next year's budget. Okay, here comes the following year. Now how are you going to pay for it? So I guess I'm trying to ease the burden on your next budget, but at some point you're going to have to come up with that amount, if you know what I'm saying.
But that'll be that day, right? So we've just now voted to move 1.45 out of the water sewer fund.
Oops, sorry.
So how does that impact what we're still allowed to take? No, I was just trying to get clarity. Is
1450.
right. So then we're talking about now possibly taking 2, and we have access. What's the total amount we would have access to that we would be allowed to do?
$12 million.
So we could potentially have access to all of that? I thought, no, that's what I mean.
The county is expecting some of this money to offset.
I meant by the bylaw, now that we know we can go into a this kind of an account. That's what I'm trying to understand.
What GFOA says is that as long as you have enough money to operate, then you can transfer more. But so there's two issues. There's what does GFOA say, and what will the county say? You know.
It seemed like your operating cost was $5 or $6 million a year. Is that right? Didn't we just mention that our operating was 5 and 6.5 and 8 million in income, 6.5 operating,
Correct.
8 million? That's
Right.
where we're at, right?
Yeah, so just also remember, you also voted to lower the rates to as close to the county as we can get. So in addition to the $1,450,000, there's going to be like another million or so. So about, roughly round numbers, about $2.5 million of the $12.5 million. So we're still sitting at $10 million right now, which seems to be substantial, that you could go a little further if you wanted to, if you so chose.
Let me say also, everything that you've talked about today, maybe not the personnel as much, I still have to get into a written agreement. Even though it's not the final merger, they had a written agreement, Charlotte did too, when they were going to reduce the rate. So I've got to still sit down with the county, and they could ultimately say yay or nay. So I still have that, but at least if I had some guidance from you guys on how far you want to go, then I could put it into a written agreement that they can then review.
Okay, so we're either at 600,000 or 1.2 million moving the thing, so I guess we need a motion to do one or the other.
Motion to move $1.2 million into the general fund.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye and raise your hands, please. It's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Okay, now we're done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Except for the next one.
The next one, which is?
The next agenda item.
The next agenda item, which is the selection of a firm to conduct water sewer appraisal. Tom Z., I believe you're up.
When the merger discussion all started, one of the things we realized is we needed to get an appraisal done on the water and sewer system, what it's worth and everything. So we went out for proposals on that, and 3 firms responded. In the interim of that, the manager had a discussion with the county manager, who said that you really don't need to do it. They weren't concerned with what the value is. We had already had the RFQ out, so we proceeded to go forward with it and have an interview with 2 of the better firms that we felt. And during that discussion, we had mentioned this fact to them just to get their feeling on it. They had felt that it was part of the city's fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers to have something done on what the value is that we're giving to the county. So, you know, we went forward with that, and we've had some discussions. The original proposal from the firm that we had chosen was about $32,000 per system, so it would have been $64,000 to do both. After we had the interview, they had sent an email out saying there was another lower level appraisal that they could do, and the cost would be about $15,000 to $17,000. We got together and discussed it, and we felt that was a better way to go, just to kind of protect the city's interests. And the recommendation is to award a contract to Reftelis on the amount of $17,000 for a calculation engagement, is what it's called.
For clarification purposes, I was under the impression that the county said you don't need to do an appraisal of the underground parts of
Right.
it.
It's what's in the ground, what's the exact words used.
So, as opposed to we don't need an appraisal, it's just they're willing to take as is our pipes, and this appraisal is for everything above ground that supports the process.
Everything above ground, all the equipment that is there, water meters, sewer manhole covers.
Which is a lot easier to do than to try to assess value of a pipe.
Yes.
Okay.
And city staff does not have the time to go and do all this counting stuff.
It does bring up an interesting question for a future discussion, is how do we do a better job of keeping track of our assets? But that's for another day in the budget cycle coming up. So, is there a motion to do this appraisal light at $15,000 to $17,000? Motion made by Frank. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Kelly. Any discussion? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. There's been a second. All in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, and I don't know if we've heard from Low or not, but it's 4-1 right now. Okay, thank you. We're now at legislative priorities.
Recruitment of a planning services should be.
You're correct. Hiring of a recruitment company for the planning director.
We've gone out 3 different times now for planning director, and out of all those resumes, we only had 2 that we thought were viable, and neither one ended up taking another job as fast as we had that interview. The next day they had taken another job, and the second person really was looking for a lot of money, big time, so that did not work out. After the 3rd time, and we still didn't have anybody that was viable, I said to Dory and to Patty, I think we need to hire somebody. The demand for planning directors is huge. It's not just a local problem here, it's on a national basis, and we've got to get somebody who can actually work with them. So Dory, you and Patty had interviewed the different firm possibilities?
We did. We spoke to Dunhill and then this Find Great People. I always think it's Find Great People and then I'm wrong. Find Great People, yes. So Find Great People, they do have a public sector department that focuses on local government positions. And overall, I was most impressed by their proposal. They're not able to give us an exact amount of how much they will charge. everyone across the board that we spoke to was 20 to 25% of the salary of the position. So depending on what we start out exactly with that would affect the rate that they would charge.
Any questions at this point?
Dory, can you just go over where that was advertised the last 3 times?
Yep, we have advertised, of course, on our website, through the Council of Governments, the League of Municipalities. I reached out to a Council of Governments in South Carolina and Virginia, the listserv, countless places.
Okay.
The salary on that position.
I think it starts around 85, if I'm not mistaken.
So you're talking
But
about,
I'm not sure about this since the salary study's been done either.
so it's a $20,000 proposition.
That's typical for any search. 20, somewhere in that, yes.
Any other discussion right at the moment? Then I would entertain a motion to approve the selection of the following great people to help the city recruit a planning service director and authorize the city manager to sign a contract up to $30,000.
I'll make that motion, and then we can discuss it. I think that we've got to have the most important thing that we can invest in besides roads is our planning, and we're so woefully understaffed, and it has been this way for over I don't even know how many months. So I think we have to have a new approach.
Is there a second to the motion? Okay, Frank. And now it's a discussion period. I would, for my 2 cents worth, I would agree with Alderman Mosteller that we've tried 3 times now and have not been successful, and as much as it pains me to have to spend $25,000 or whatever it's going to be, we have to fill this position. It's critical for the city to do that, and it has to be somebody who comes with credentials, and we're not trying to train them like we have done in other positions. We want somebody who can step out and walk through the door and immediately help us. So if that's what we're looking for, then I guess we would have to do that.
So during the process of the recruitment with this company, we'll still have it published that we're looking for this person. What if we get an applicant that doesn't come through the recruiter? What if we get a direct applicant during that time? Are we still having to pay the recruiter for their services?
No, I believe the way it's set up is we pay like a small portion of it, maybe $3,000 or $5,000 at the beginning, and they wouldn't get the rest of that until they actually were successful at hiring the candidate for us. And I think in some instances, if the person leaves, doesn't stay, then they pay back as well. But the position would still be posted, absolutely.
So I know that we've got the pay study. I think that that's our bigger issue, is that we don't pay our people what they're worth. I think that if we can figure out a way to afford good people, we wouldn't have to spend $30,000 to find somebody.
$30,000 goes a long way.
Is that an option, to reallocate the $30,000 that would have gone to a recruiter to the salary for the position?
I suppose, yes, you could, first of all, but the other thing is,
It's a recurring cost.
yeah, it's a recurring cost, plus I got to make sure that I'm not messing with this job study, because part of it is I can't have a planning director who's making, $20,000 more than the fire chief who is 30 years here, type of thing. So it's a little harder than just giving somebody money. Plus, I'm not sure that's even going to solve the problem. It's just a nationwide problem with certain positions, and this is the year of the planning directors.
Any further conversation? So we have a motion on the floor and we have a second. All those in favor of moving forward with this, please say aye and raise your hand. All opposed? It passes 4 to 1. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, legislative proposals, item 10. As some of you may remember, I've talked about this for a couple of years now, and how we do legislative proposals. And literally a day after so I was sworn in, Representative Miller was meeting with the manager, and I went down and chatted and asked him for advice about how we do that. And that led to further conversations with Senator Rabin to have, what are you guys looking for? What time frames are you looking for? You know, in the past, we've asked for money to do this, this, and this. And a real legislative proposal can have more things than that. As an example, Oak Island, I realized, was keeping their parking fees. And the legislation says the parking fees have to go to the literary fund or whatever it is. And I asked them how they did that. And they said, you just have to ask your representatives to put you on the list of jurisdictions that can do that. That'd be a legislative proposal. So that's one of the things that's discussed in this whole thing. So I think they would like it in by the end of February, and we're in February now. So my thought was that everybody put on their thinking cap and come up with ideas of what you think would be appropriate. When I went to the 19 mayors meeting last week, Representative Iyer and Miller and Senator Rabin were there, and they made it very clear to all 19 mayors that do not expect another $200 million like we got last year for the County of Brunswick. That in the short session, there's a number of limitations that are put on you. One of them is the money issue. There'll be less money. 2, what kind of legislation you can ask for is limited. It was, to me, I'm going to use the word convoluted, but it's the law. You can ask for more sweeping things if it was left over from the last session, but municipalities, because they're not sweeping, they're individual, you can ask for them in the short session as well. So if we ask for things like permission to do something, that was okay. So with all of that in mind, I thought we should have a quick discussion, maybe in order to solidify this, since I don't think we'll get this done by Thursday. We have a special meeting towards the end of the month. We'll try to figure out when everybody's going to be here, so we can come in, go over all the all the issues, try to prioritize them, and then move forward with whatever the board decides is their liking. So that was my thoughts on this whole thing. So I open it up for discussion now to see what you want to do.
There's several issues that we need to get our legislators looking into. The one that I'm really concerned with is how we distribute our sales tax on the local level. Go ahead. That particular issue might have to wait till next year because of the sweepingness of it. But certainly we can ask that question of the legislators to find out, is that in the realm of possibility for this year? And if it is, then the board can decide whether or not they want to move forward with it. I don't believe the county controls that. I believe the legislature controls that. So we need to start the conversation, even if it takes 2 years. Okay. Because it seems to be unfair. We're the backbone of Brunswick County's gold mine, but they're wearing us out with our infrastructure, and we're not getting our full share.
And I made a copy of this for everybody. The legislature has gotten requests from other communities regarding tourism and accommodations tax, and I know y'all are familiar with having to have a TDA, a Tourism Development Authority if you want the full 5%, and then the way it's structured right now, you have to spend the money on tourism things. Well, that's not where we need to spend any money. But I would like us to join with other communities and ask that we be able to increase from 3 to 5%, which would be the full amount, and earmark that second 2% for infrastructure to go in our capital improvement fund. So, and throw this out there as a legislative conversation.
So we don't have people running all over the place individually. I would entertain that that's kind of a more sweeping thing, I think, maybe not, that we as quickly as possible send those ideas to the manager.
Okay.
And the manager will work with the legislators to figure out
how to phrase it.
Whether we can do it this year or do we prime it for next year. How's the best way to finagle that into a legitimate option to do? I think it's a great idea. But so if we can get the stuff done relatively quickly, ideas emailed to the manager, we can come up later if we want to, and I don't know how else we would do it, is to have a special meeting at the end of the month that we can vote on stuff, because we're going to get a lot more things, and they're all going to be, these are all number ones, because if you sent it in, you want it to be done. And we're going to have to figure out how to prioritize them, because if we only can do, let's say we get the wink and the nod, and we can only do 3. Well, what are those top 3? So I think we would have to reconvene, because that's in my mind, a policy issue that all of the board makes that policy issue. So that's where I was on this. It's not something the mayor just wanders off and just proclaims or anything like that. So I guess I'm looking for a consensus that you know that end of February is a due time. As quickly as you can get your ideas to the manager, we'll look them over and figure out whether or not which ones might be more sweeping and we need more guidance on. We reconvene at the end of February, a date that's convenient to everybody. And then we prioritize them and we move forward with the legislative package. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, I think that's the only thing we need for this. Appreciate it. So the next one is the Cemetery Committee, and that is Alderman Spencer.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you letting me bring this before the board. We met a week ago, and the board was interested in getting some direction because of the new administration. They didn't know which direction we wanted to go, what we wanted them to do. I don't know if we'll be voting on these things, but I would like to have your input as to what I go back and give them. I know we've got a charter that started out, I think, or some kind of a layout that you had worked on, Ms. Mosteller. It seemed like you were in the notes here of the minutes. Y'all approved the cemetery committee. And then the intent more of looking at the UDO, I guess. Actually, let me back out and say, the first thing was that we weren't maintaining our cemeteries. We came up with a solution to have somebody to fix them. Now, what is this committee's job? What is their authority? What is their scope? If we could talk about some of those things. And I've got several questions that they've sent me, okay? Should I go through the one at a time or real quickly? So again, what is the scope of the committee? Do you want them to be going to the cemeteries and reporting violations, identifying violations, researching the UDO, updating it? What is the main goal that we want out of our cemetery committee? Can I get any kind of input?
I can just give you some background, some historical background. Originally, we talked about potential goals and objectives, preserve and maintain the historic character, review and recommend action regarding maintenance and preservation projects, establish guidelines for changing or removing seasonal flowers, displaced wreaths, and community engagement. They're really an advisory body to us, just like forestry would be, just like beautification, although beautification is more of a hands-on, obviously, group. So for further clarification, these are the things, because I kind of read what you wanted to know, and these are just the things extrapolating and clarifying further from what I just said, which was conversation before. Do a thorough review of the cemetery-related ordinances, many of which have not been updated since 1991, and make update recommendations for consideration by the Board of Aldermen. Because that's in our code of ordinances, not in the UDO. It's in the code, so it comes to us rather than planning board. Consider recommendations needed recommendations for needed historic preservation and other enhancements in the Old Smithville Cemetery. Consider recommendations for needed improvements in Northwood Cemetery. Consider grounds maintenance items needed over and above mowing for preservation and safety. Provide requests for improvements and the potential funding needed for cemetery-related projects. They can brainstorm about projects. Work with other city committees and organizations to encourage, create, and promote cemetery improvement projects, including Forestry Committee, Beautification Committee, Historic Preservation Commission, Southport Historical Society, and other civic groups. And create and participate in community engagement and public education opportunities about the cemeteries and their rules and procedures. So those are kind of much like beautification does, much like sort of the mission of forestry in a different situation. Those are just things. I'm just speaking.
One of the questions was the difference between a city and a private cemetery, and if we would handle those differently. I think the Smith Cemetery has Friends of the Cemetery.
We don't have any authority there. We mow there. The background of that is that our city attorney determined that because it is basically a treasure, it's a National Historic Site in Southport, and so it's a community treasure, that the city can, even though it is a privately owned cemetery, we can mow. So we provide the mowing service for that, but we do not have any authority.
That mowing service in the contract for $60,000?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Identifying code violations, things of that nature, is that you ran through?
Code, that would be code violation department.
I don't, if I could just say, I don't think it's a really good idea for a volunteer to be pointing out things that are wrong. Certainly if they see something, they could let like Elena know, because she's the staff liaison.
Who is the superintendent now?
Tanya.
Tanya is the superintendent.
So let her know, but I would not advise. We had a situation where that started happening and it didn't go well, so just notify them.
All complaints go to the superintendent?
Yep, to Tanya.
Okay, and one of the other things was, as we have this $60,000 budget, just some eyes and ears on seeing people watching to see that what we're getting done for $60,000 was one thing in this. Creating perpetual care like Friends of John Smith and all, is this something that they can work on?
That, I think, I would guess yes, but that's creating a nonprofit, so I don't know what that means. The city manager would have to give you, and the attorney, about what that means.
Okay, all right. Is it safe to say that I go back and I ask them to review the ordinances as you said? Yep, and we'll go with what you've created, and let me see one more. Let me double check. Does the city look towards any future land for cemetery expansion?
Never heard a discussion about that at all.
I think that would, you know, perhaps if that bubbles up as a recommendation out of them, then the board can consider it just like they would any other recommendation from any other committee.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the input. I'll take it back to the committee and get something started and report.
Alderman Spencer, for my 2 cents worth, I really would welcome the opportunity to look at their recommendations for any historical markers at the entrance of the cemetery. Both cemeteries have distinguished people in them. Maybe we need to highlight some of our history that way. That might be something they may want to consider.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Okay, and the last thing is item F12, the city manager search.
Yes, my contract ends at the end of June, and here we are in February, and if you're going to advertise and hopefully have somewhat of a overlap, which would be a good thing if you can do it, you really got to get going ASAP. So the question that I had, the last time we did this, the board had decided that I would help them with that, not hire a national search firm, and that we would advertise only within the state agencies that have coastal shoreline, so that you get somebody who understands that. So we went up and down the East Coast border and just advertised with the state associations. But I would definitely highly recommend that you advertise with ICMA, because that's the International City Managers Association. So you really should put an ad in there. If you hired an outside firm, that's typically $25,000 to $30,000. I helped Connecticut when I was there. I helped them find somebody, which I don't have an issue doing that. And then once I know that, then at some point we got to talk about interview panels. Last time we were using a department head interview panel, an outside interview panel, and then you could have a board. So, I mean, there's other things, but the thing right now is I need to get this advertised. That's the big rush.
Is there any discussion about that right now?
Thank you for bringing this forward.
We just voted to hire a recruiter for the planning position. Is this something that that same firm would do as well?
I've never heard of this firm, so I would not recommend for a city manager, no. I mean, I don't mind talking to them, but I've never heard of this firm. There are firms that professionally just do city managers. So, I mean, I don't mind talking to them, but right now I'd say no.
It sounds like you've got a pretty good handle on what you think how we should proceed. I would say to empower you to go ahead and act accordingly to what you said.
Are you making that motion, ma'am?
Sure, I'll make it in the form of a motion.
Is there a second to
I'll
that?
second.
Second that.
I'm going to give this one to Rebecca, the second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye and raise your hand for the...
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we're up to the manager's report.
Very quickly, I had sent out an email. The budget forms go out today to the department heads, and you guys really need to do a goal-setting session so we can get some direction from all of you. And last week I put out a possibility of February 13th in the AM. I don't know, I think I heard back from maybe 2 people, but if that is a consensus that we could do that, we could try to do it that morning and get it out of the way. So. I'd have to find a location, but we could do it at 9. This time I've asked that we use an outside person, because it was really hard for me to, kind of take part in it and, kind of do it at the same time. So I think it'd be great if we could hire somebody from the league to come down and facilitate it. So I've got somebody who's willing to do that.
I'm unavailable on the 13th. Got to have one of my 500 doctors probing me.
think so. But anyways, all right, then I'll see what other dates the facilitator has, because I know Alderman Mostello, you were going to be gone on some of our other dates, so I'll try again and get something out. And then real quick, because I know we've been here a long time, just as I always do, Chief Drew, 31 years with the city. Woo! You don't look very happy back there. Al Cochran with Public Works, 6 years. Karen Deegan, who's a volunteer, EMS, 13 years. That's a long time for volunteering. William Hargrove, 11 years, who works with our city gym, Parks and Rec. Brian Hagee, volunteer fire lieutenant for 8 years. And Mr. Tom Z, you are 1 year. 1 year old, Mr. Tom.
Okay, it's the mayor's comments for those who are watching and those in the room. At the end of this, we're going to go into closed session. And then we'll come back out into public session, and then we'll do something or not, and then we'll adjourn after that. I just want to make sure everybody understood that process. I want to thank everybody for a very cordial and collegial meeting. I think all the votes were either unanimous or close to it, and there certainly was a very good discussion on all of these issues, very tough issues. We did a heck of a lot of work, and I would entertain that the board ask the manager to write up a concise summary of this meeting. There are a lot of tax reductions and fee reductions and all kinds of things that were done to help lessen the stress on the taxpayers. I think it's great that we push that out to the entire press, not just a single source, but everybody gets to see that, and try to push that out to see if we can get some legs on that story. So if unless I hear an objection to that, I'm going to ask the manager to look into that, to do that as quickly as possible because it's hot off the press. And that's all I have. And now the board comments. We'll start with Alderman Mosta. Alderman Carroll. Alderman Kelly.
Just wanted to thank everyone for your patience with me this morning. I was at the eye doctor and got here as quickly as I could, which is why I'm looking special today.
Alderman Spencer.
Mr. Mayor, don't know if we put our flags. Did we do our flags?
They were done.
Half-staff?
They are done.
I want to make note that we lost a very special individual. All our citizens are special, but when you live in Southport, you work for the city all your life. You raise family, you raise friends, you raise family. It's important to note Joe Medlin was our Parks and Recreation Director. He pretty much raised and mentored most of the leaders that we have in position today. He was a good friend of mine, always a smiling face. Every bench you see around town, every swing you see around town, every the sign coming into town, Joe Medlin had a part in it. We appreciate everything that he did for us. Our sincere condolences go out to Shandy and Joey and the entire family. We'll talk more about this on Thursday, but I think we've got our flags at half-staff to honor Mr. Medlin, and he was truly a Southport public servant, and we won't forget him. Thank you.
Alderman Lay. All right, let me read this. We're going to go into closed session under North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11 A5. I'm sorry? Yes, ma'am.
If you want to read, I have a request for this closed session. If you want to read the general statute, then I can move forward with that. It's fine.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking.
Somebody wants us to announce.
Okay, they want, okay. to establish or to instruct the public bodies, staff, or negotiating agents concerning the position to be taken by or on behalf of the public body in negotiating. I, the price of any other material terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property by purchase, option, exchange, or lease, or the amount of compensation and other materials of an employment of contract or proposed employment contract.
And I received a request from the resident of 504B West Brunswick Street in regard to the closed session for a real estate discussion on today's Board of Aldermen agenda. I request that the public be informed of the location of the property, names of the property owners, and purpose of negotiating about the property. Thank you.
Who was the person that asked that question?
Jason Robbins.
Okay. Go ahead. No, I got it. 601 West 9th Street for a passive park. Taylor Field on the north side for conservation land as a part adjacent to the park. Taylor Field on the south side, 0.76 acres for conservation land with the park. 0.32 would be for a sewer lift station. And North Caswell, there's some lots, 3.8 acres, and that would be for the substation. Then I have property on Howe Street. Do I have an exact address? That would be for a substation, 2.07 acres. It just says 211 North Howe Street, and that's it.
I'm sorry, it also asked for the property owners' names.
For the first list, those are all by the Harpers, and for the last one I just mentioned, Howe Street, I don't know if it says, I have a broker's name. Legal owner is Retson Development, LLC, West End, North Carolina.
I believe that satisfies the obligation. Okay. So move. All in favor of going into closed session? Okay. We're in closed session. We're going to go to the other room. All right, we're back into regular session. I make the statement that we took up no other information or no other conversation except that which was discussed earlier. And the resolution was that we asked the manager, we gave the manager some direction to look into some things. And now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Closed.